Okay. If I can get an acknowledgement from the people on the chat that they see us, I would appreciate it. And then we will get the show started.
It's not running yet. Oh, it goes.
Okay. Are we live? Yep.
You're on.
Live. So anyway, I'm going to start off the show. Hello, everybody. Obviously, this is Jeff Neville from Selective Imagery, and welcome to Photo Talks, my first official live stream event. And I know I'm not the face you're looking for. The face we all wanted to see tonight is Chuck from AP Studios. Unfortunately, as I've stated on my channel and in some communications with people that made contact with me, Chuck had taken ill several days after his last stream, and he's now in the recovery phase of his illness. And I know everybody wants to know specifics, but what I've said and a few other people on this panel that have been in conversation with his spouse, Maribel, what we've said is about all we're going to say to comply with the wishes of the family. Now, I'm doing this stream for two main reasons. Reason number one, and the most important reason, is to give everyone a chance to say hi to Chuck and his lovely bride, Maribel, to send well wishes to Chuck, wish him a speedy recovery, let him know how much we care about him and his family. His wife, Maribel, I'm keeping an eye on the... yes, she is. Hi, Maribel. Glad to see you on the chat. The second reason doing this stream is to give the photography community that Chuck kind of helped put together a place to go, at least for this Saturday. We'll see about future Saturdays. So we can continue to share our love of photography, support each other in our individual endeavors, talk about a variety of photographic subjects and issues and gear talk. And yes, even we're going to continue to know that we're going to get off topic and joke about something silly like grits. And we know Chuck likes grits. I don't care what he says. He loves grits. I know he loves grits.
Yeah, we know what to send him.
Yeah. Now, what is probably more important about tonight is what this stream is not going to be about. The stream is not going to be about speculating about Chuck's health, trying to play doctor. Maribel is on here now. Chuck's watching the stream. And if the family wishes to make any kind of comments or statement, that's completely up to them. I think we should all respect the family's privacy at this time. And if any point in time they want to relay any information about Chuck's status or what's going on, I mean, I'll gladly act as a conduit for them if they wish me to, and flow any information they provide me on my channel. I'm not discouraging anyone from sending him emails or text messages, but I think everybody has to understand that you're not going to get a quick response because the number one priority for the family is to help Chuck recover. Answering emails and text messages is not going to be a high priority, but I will put on the screen here if I have it. This is Chuck's email. So if you want to send him an email, go ahead and do it. I mean, someone will eventually look at it and pass the information on to him. So we're going to continue with the show. We're going to wish our best to our friend Chuck, talk about photography and get going. And I'm going to start off being a little bit stranger than usual. And I'm going to introduce the people on the panel rather than having them introduce themselves, because I like to surprise people once in a while. So we have our man from down under who has more Nikon cameras and gear than Nikon themselves, and he can find in a matter of minutes pretty much anything you ask about, and we're waiting for the museum to open. We welcome Mr. Roy Bixby to the panel. Next, we have the man who once tried to get Ed McMahon's job to be Johnny Carson's sidekick, but they told him he was too young. So he decided to be a techie instead. He does great street interviews on Vahagan's channel, great photographer and gear addict himself. And he's also a walking encyclopedia on camera info and specs and what is trending. Our friend Tim, aka Mozman.
Couldn't have written it better myself, Jeff. Thank you.
Then we have a retired award-winning photojournalist who took us to places in his images that most of us saw from the comfort of our recliners. I'm sure he wished he was sitting in one at the time. He's the only guy other than a mob boss that says you have to have a body. The infamous Mr. John Ishii. And then, hey, we can't leave out this guy, the man from Calgary that Nikon is going to hire to do destructive testing on Nikon cameras. The man who says if it's frozen and locked up, just thaw it out, it'll keep working. Mr. Aurora Borealis himself, David Stewart. So welcome to everybody on the panel. And I invite you, we'll start from the top down and let you guys send a message out to Maribel and Chuck, and then we'll get involved with the chat.
Just get Chuck Wilson. We need him back on the YouTube.
Yeah, boy, I don't even know where to start. I think I found Chuck's channel, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago. It was shortly after he started. And just this guy ranting on YouTube, but we had a lot in common. We had cameras in common, we had Nikon in common, and it just sort of became a routine for myself and many of us others here just to tune into Chuck on Wednesday mornings or Saturday nights or even both. And he really, he did something that nobody did before that I know of. And he let everyone have a voice. And that's one of the best things about Chuck. He wants to include everyone. He wants everyone to have a voice, and he wants to build a community, and he did one heck of a job. So, I mean, it goes without saying, we miss the guy. We miss him a lot, and we're all praying for him. The family, you have our best wishes, and we want to see him back. Chuck, we miss you.
Chuck, you have been the glue to this whole community, and we love you very much. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have met all these wonderful people all over the world and become very, very good and close friends in this community. Every week, I look forward to seeing you and the guys on the show, and you've been such an inspiration. So please know that my thoughts are with you every single day. I wish for your well-being and speedy recovery. I eagerly wait the day when we can be together, creating more beautiful memories and our community together. Mm-hmm. And your lovely wife, Maribel, who he talks so much about. Get well soon, and can't wait to see you again.
Well, I started following Chuck way back when, because I was one of the first people that did the phone in. And of course, the phone in worked about as good as live does the first time. And so he called me up after that, and we did multiple tests as me phoning in. And then for a while I was gone because I was out camping, and Chuck reached out for me and wanted to make sure that I was okay. So when I didn't find him because he wasn't on, I started reaching out to him, and I kept sending messages every day, trying to find out what was going on. And eventually Maribel replied, and we've been talking on a regular basis, not so much today, but she's here. And Chuck is a warm and caring person, and like, I'm there for you. If if and when you decide to get back and want to start practicing, I'm available, because I think this is going to be the recovery is going to be longer than we would wish, and I think that we're all going to be back here again next week doing something similar. But anyway, get well soon, Chuck. I'm thinking about you, and we'll keep you going, and we'll have to well, like for your last Saturday stream, I didn't have a good picture anyway, so I was kind of glad you didn't have it, but I wish you had been well. So get well soon, Chuck. Thank you.
Well, now I'll do the mop-up function here, I guess. Chuck and Maribel and your family, you're in my prayers. Can't say enough about you. I mean, I think the first time I ever went on a live stream where I was on a panel was you were on it. It was on one of the Hagen's shows. And that was the first time. I mean, my kids to this day shake their head that I'm on YouTube. They're like, Dad, you are so Mr. Not social media. How in the heck are you doing that? I'm like, well, I guess obviously I like to talk. Everybody knows that by now. But you know, when I got on Chuck's channel and he invited, you know, anyone that's out here in the chat to come on, I'm like, okay, I'm game. I'll give it a shot. And just hit it off with him. I mean, you know, he's genuine. He, you know where he's coming from. And what's great is that, you know, he has some strong opinions, but at the same time, you know, when people start talking about the discussion, and he may pick up and learn something he didn't know about, and he may, you know, relook at it and have a little different opinion by the end of the show. And when I was in business and manufacturing, we used to have the 80-20 rule. You know, 80% of the people, you know, you're only going to get 80% of the people happy. Well, I'm glad to say that I agree with Chuck more than 80% of the time. I mean, so, and in the few areas where I might disagree when we start talking about film, because Chuck is not a film guy, you know, that's okay, because I love the guy. I love what he lets everybody do. Everybody really contributes to his show, and people learn stuff every time they go on his show. You have a wealth of knowledge. The people that are on the panel here to my right, all the people in the chat. I mean, everybody is active photographers. They all have great knowledge. Some of them specialize in certain things. Some of them are generalists, but Chuck knows how to pick the information out of people and get the conversation going, and it just makes it a nice, solid community. And everybody, they don't come back because of any sense of obligation. They come back, as Tim would say, because they want to, and that's the biggest difference. People go on Chuck's show and visit Chuck's show because they want to. So I applaud you, my friend. I hope you're back as soon as you can get back. I am definitely an extremely poor substitute for you. I will do the best I can. And we all wish you the best and miss you like crazy. So recover quickly and get back in the saddle again. At this point, I think what I'm going to do is I want to acknowledge some of the people that have come on the chat. We have 43 people in the chat. I mean, Real Nikon Lover, Mike Farwell, Nick, Z-Wade, the Z-Wade Photo. Let's get that right. The Z-Wade Photo. Gustavo. And Bob R. Photos, my friend I shoot with all the time.
Joe Stroud.
Joe Stroud. Let's rattle off some names, people. We got
There's Dick Roman. We had Wayne.
I'm 36 string.
Yeah.
Greg Wilson.
Eva Campbell. Luke S. There's
Putting up a message for those that might want to join the show. We have some more spots that we can fill here. My email is on the screen. You send me an email, ask for an invite. I'll send you a link, and you can join us. And you can be part of the party up here on the big screen. So I'll leave that up here for a minute or two, and I'll flash it on the screen, on and off the screen as the show progresses. But thank you for everyone on the panel that got here right away. Really appreciate it. I mean, we're all friends of Chuck and his channel, and we want to make this a special night for our friend.
I don't know if you saw it in the chat, Jeff, but Maribel said Chuck's smiling and he sends his gratitude. And I think Courtney said somewhere here that he shook his head and said that you're a great sub.
Well, I tried to find a Chuck Egan wig. Was not going to happen. And Chuck, I talked to your wife the other day, and I said it was not going to happen. Your hair is too doggone perfect. You go on your show, you tell everybody, I got to get a haircut. I need a haircut. You must pay the barber, $10 for each hair that he or she cuts off your head, because your hair is always perfect. I mean, me, do a little shave job, go to the bowling alley, stick my head in where the bowling ball would be, get a nice buff job. I'm all ready to go. Your hair is always like perfect all the time. And I'm sure it looks perfect right now as well, my friend. And I'm very, very jealous of you. And I don't know. I got to find out if you ever lost any hair and you're using any hair tonic of any kind, you got to tell me the secret, because I need some.
I could have given you my background. You could have scaled it down a little. It would have fit your head perfectly.
Yeah, Joe Man's Land has just dropped in.
Okay, and we got Gustavo and Joe Man. Okay. I heard a little ding here, and here we have Mr. Gustavo.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Oh, and I think I actually have a little introduction for you as well, my friend.
Oh, no.
I had to guess who I might have on this show. So you're not going to get, somebody might not be on my list, but here we go. We got a fellow wildlife photographer that lives in Colorado, has a knack for beautiful presentations of birds in his photographs, and gets some deer and elk carcasses from David Moots to put in his backyard for props. Mr. Gustavo.
Thank you. But today's show is all about Chuck, correct?
Absolutely.
One thing I want to mention, I think we all recognize how important he is for this community, correct? His quality as a leader, correct? He keeps his conversation going. The show is never about him. It's about the community. It's about a positive outlook in photography, in life. And that's why we appreciate it. That's why people, like Jeff was saying, never participated in this type of forums. We immediately recognize, hey, this is something special. And he has created this special community where everybody gets along, a lot of respect, and all that comes from him, from his heart, from his quality as a human being. So we wish him a speedy recovery. We miss him, we love him, and we need him here with us.
And Mr. Z-Wade wants to come on, so be a little patient with me, my friend. I am not the fastest gun in the West in terms of doing this stuff, so I will send you the link as promptly as I can. And we will.
So, Jeff, you're starting to realize how many hands that that Chuck had going at the same time, and how many computers and how his mind was just. We can never keep up to that. You know, Chuck was a one-man show, and he had us on for sidekicks.
Yeah, I'm just going to do the best I can. I think I'm doing pretty good since I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
I'm not complaining, Jeffrey. You're doing pretty good. You know?
But I'm just so thrilled that we're getting a nice group of people, and it's fantastic how many people have come on. We got 45 people right now, which is wonderful. And, you know.
And Jeff, we appreciate you as well, correct? I mean, we know, you know, being not pressured, but prompted, hey, we should do something, and you took it and running with it, and have been fantastic. Your willingness to help here. So our recognition goes to you.
See that guy I'm pointing at right there?
Yeah, I know.
He wrote me in, you know. He wrote me in, but that's okay.
Well done, David.
David did a good job, and I have no complaints. I am more than happy and honored to temporarily sit in the 9 o'clock time slot on a Saturday. I'm not worthy of it, but you know, Chuck, you know, this is all about you, man. I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know what else to say. I mean, I don't know if you realize how much of an impact you've had, and it's not about, okay, having 1 million subscribers or anything like that. It's the fact that you got a core group of people interested in sharing and getting to know each other. And, you know, I mean, we don't necessarily see, obviously, some of us live thousands of miles away from each other.
Exactly.
We don't see each other socially. I mean, I would never have met Tim Mosman if it wasn't for this show. And Tim and I have gotten together and met and shot together, and that's fantastic. And I consider him a very close friend of mine. And I would not have had that friendship had it not been for this Chuck show. So it's just amazing, you know, what he's been able to do in a relatively short period of time. I mean, really is.
And he recognized that was what was his role to be, correct? He always tell, I just opened the door here and everybody comes in. Of course, he did a little bit more than that, correct? He said, I'm the janitor, and he said, no, you are the mayor of the town. So it's a little bit more than just the janitor. So that's why we appreciate it, and we mentioned that it's important that his family knows that, because I know through all these year and a half that he have been doing this, it takes time from his family. It takes, and we know how much he loves his family, but he also has this commitment to this community, and we know, I mean, the marathon podcast, all that take a toll on him, but he was always willing to bring us along, correct?
Well, he's like the conductor of an orchestra.
Exactly.
You know? We're all playing instruments, and he's keeping us all in line and keeping us all in tune, but he's letting us play. He's letting us play in his sandbox. He created the sandbox. He's
Exactly.
nice enough to let us play in the sandbox, and we all owe him a special thank you for that, because there are no other live streams out there that do what he does. It just does not exist. I mean, there's plenty of live streams out there for gear talk, strictly gear talk. And, you know, I mean, I think everybody's loved when we share our photos once a month, and we're there to support each other. And if somebody wants a little bit of critique, we offer it, but it's there to celebrate your efforts, because everybody's at a different level. Everybody doesn't shoot this. Everybody, Chuck, I'll let you know officially that everybody that watches your channel is not a bird photographer. I know sometimes he thinks that we're all bird photographers, but we're not. I mean, you've got portrait photographers and wedding photographers and street photographers and people that just shoot pictures of their kids and their families on vacation, and macro photographers and astrophotographers and aurora borealis photographers, and you've got such a diversity, and it says everything for your channel, and we just can't say enough about it. We really can't. And I'm not going to try to do a rant tonight because I cannot do a Chuck rant impersonation very well. Now, maybe one of these other guys on the panel wants to give it a stab, but I can't do it.
You can only be the rankometer.
Yeah, I could hold up the sign that says he's at a 10, and we got to get him down to like a 7. But I'm glad I see Courtney Egan's in here. Hello, Courtney. Nice to see you. And like I said, Maribel, it's an honor to have you on the show. You're as Chuck says, you're his lovely bride, as he says on his show every time. He always acknowledges you. You're his sidekick. You're his strength, and I know you're there for him, and trying to keep Chuck out of trouble, which I know could be a problem, but do the best you can.
Well, she did get him that T-shirt for Christmas.
Oh, she got him a beautiful T-shirt. I mean, I bought one not to copy him. I bought a shirt, and I don't have it in my hands right now, but and I'm like, man, I must have got mine at the 5 and dime, even though it didn't cost me a 5 and dime price, because his is like 10 times nicer than what I got. So she has good taste, and I'm obviously a cheap son of a gun, or definitely not don't have the connections that she had to get such a nice shirt made.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to give me a second here. I got everybody keep sending your love to Chuck. I mean, I'm going to do a little discussion about some photo stuff, because I'm sure Chuck wants to hear about some photo stuff too, and he wants to see me get everybody riled up like he does, and I'll do the best I can. But before I pick a topic to talk about, and I got to prep for this because I've been practicing this all day, so I got to see if this works. So we'll see here. Give me a second. So I think it's a lot of people that, well, first I want to say a couple thank yous. I want to thank Robert Silver and Vahagan. They both were kind enough to mention that we were going to have a stream tonight in Chuck's time slot, for the first time on my channel. And I appreciate them doing that so that we could get, more people showing up to wish Chuck well. So a big thank you to Robert and Vahagan. Appreciate it very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. And I hope you guys could come on. I see She-Wade is in the background waiting to come on here. So sorry about that.
Oh.
Z-Wade.
That's a song we haven't seen for a while.
Wait a minute. It's not the Z-Wade. Wait a minute. Let me wait a minute. Let's fix this. Let's get rid of him. No, get rid of her. Okay. No, she's still here. Gotta mess with you, my friend. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I have a mean streak in me.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you have that real sexy, soft voice going.
I just want to say, because I know Chuck is tuning in, where I don't have any formal training in nursing. A gentleman in the back of a van once said I had good promise. And so just saying, it was miserable. In all honesty, I had to hop on and send my good wishes to Chuck. We had a lot of love in my live stream last night, sending lots of love and good vibes to Chuck. And I'm really, really happy to hear that we are in the recovery phase, because just like everyone else, I know nothing. I don't need to know nothing. Just issue recovery phase. That's good to hear. That's as good as we can feel right now. So I'm happy to hear that, guys. And all my love for Chuck's very supportive family. It's good to see his beautiful bride in here. I've never seen her in the chat before. So
Joe Stroud wants to get on. He says he sent me an email, but I don't see it. So I'm going to put back up my email in case he put it in wrong. So Joe, you can make sure you send it to the right place, and I'll be more than happy to send you a link to get you on.
hey, Jonathan De La Rosa, that was I had to pay for it, but that's whenever She-Wade was getting Botox in her eyebrows. It was in the back of a van. Cost me $15.
You got ripped off.
Wow, they look totally normal.
Feel free not to share too, Zach. It's fine.
Yeah, don't share too much, please.
So I guess me going and getting hair implants upon She-Wade's recommendations probably off the table now, you guys think?
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, and plus you wouldn't like the prices.
It might be $25.
It's liberating.
It's liberating. I love that. I'm going to say that whenever I finally release my grasp on what little hair I have left, I'm going to stand up from the barber chair with pride and say it's liberating.
Exactly.
Well, Maribel, we like chatting with each other. That's why we're here. And then Chuck is very good at leading the conversation. And there is a little bit of humor every so often, but I think if She-Wade gets implants, they should be blonde.
Blonde eyebrows.
Yeah. Don't shock us and go with gray. That just ain't gonna cut it, man.
Because blondes have more fun, so you might as well have more fun with it.
Hey, what I want to do is something a little unusual, or maybe it's not. I don't know. Just trying to do a few things that popped in my head in the days thinking about what to do on this show. I think it's really, really important for us small content creators to support each other, and I know there's probably a faction of people in the YouTube community that feel threatened with the more channels that show up and everything. But let's face it, I think the days of million subscriber days are long gone. I mean, a lot of the people that have the most subscribers are people that got on the train really early in the game. There wasn't a lot of competition, and they were able to take advantage of that, and they grew, and they worked hard, and they grew, and they deserve what they have. I think for those of us that are obviously way at the opposite end of that scale, it's a gigantic mountain to climb to ever think that we would get to that point. There's just so much competition and so much content out there that people have to choose from. That's the reality of it. But to me, it isn't really for myself personally. It's not about the numbers. I mean, I did my channel man, I don't want to get too mushy here. I did my channel. I read an article either it was in Modern Photography or Popular Photography. I picked up a magazine, which nobody picks up magazines and reads them anymore. But I read one, and there was an editorial in there, and all the work over the years that I did was always private. It was just I was the only one who saw it, or my wife, or maybe my kids. I never showed it to anybody. I never shared it with anybody. and this article really struck a chord because the person said, share your work, show your passion, show people what you care about, what you like to do. You may be surprised. It may become very fulfilling for you to share what you do. And I took that message to heart, and I took a shot at trying to put a channel together that's basically just content driven. I do an occasional gear review. If I've personally purchased and own the gear and I like it, I'll talk about it. If I don't like it, I probably won't talk about it. But I share a lot of the subjects that I like to shoot and the journey that I've been on. And I'm not, some young kid, I'm in my 60s. And I've shot over the years probably every brand of camera you can imagine. And I got I got a bunch of them behind me, which is about 1/1000th of what Roy has behind him. But I have rangefinders, and Roy probably doesn't because he doesn't like rangefinders. So I'll set the record straight right there.
Or TLRs.
Yeah, or TLRs. But my kids thought I was nuts. And like I said, Chuck took me under his wing, let me go on a show, share my work. I think we need to support each other, because we're the minority, man. We're the new kids on the block, and we're just trying to give people some good content to watch. And sticking with that theme, I got to find my little slide here, or wherever I put it. That isn't the one. Bear with me.
Everybody watch out. The true master is hanging out over there with John Ishii right now. My favorite photographer in the world right now.
I want to send out congratulations to a fellow YouTube content creator named Peanut Chew. Now, some of you guys may have gone to his channel. Some of you guys may not have gone to his channel. He won an award for the best video in the Audubon Society annual contest recently. His video was of short-eared owls that were literally cartwheeling down from the sky, a pair of them. So my congratulations go out again to my friend, and continue the good work. And you can check him out at Peanut Chew Adventures on YouTube. I think we can all give him a round of applause and tell him, good job, Peanut Chew. Very good. Keep up the good work, my friend.
That's good work.
Jeff has buttons over there.
I've done some little tricky things.
Pro material.
But what I'd like to do, if this if this stream is going to continue on Saturdays, and people, please leave, send a like, send a comment at the end of the show, whatever. I'll read them all. And if folks feel they want this to continue, and I'll keep it going until Chuck is back in the groove again, then I'll do it. I'll just do it for Saturdays. I'm not going to be able to do it 2 times a week, but I'll do it for Saturdays in honor of my friend Chuck, and we'll try to keep it going. But I want everybody's feedback, in the comments section or in the chat, so I know whether you really want me to do it or not. But I can
interject, everybody, let's give Jeff a round of applause for stepping up, and everybody that helped to get this up and going today.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff.
Coffee shop poetry, so.
No problem. Dave, thank Mr. Stewart for being a little sneaky and conniving and arranging this and volunteering me, and I have no problems with that, because I just stay in my house and go out and look at birds all the time, so no problem. I'm enjoying it. What would be neat is if anybody that has gone on Chuck's show has ever won an award for one of their images, or ever got recognized in a magazine or anything like that, share that with us so we could celebrate it with you. Share the photo that you took that you won in a contest. I mean, never enter them, but you know, if you did, hey, be proud of the fact what you did. It worked out. Good for you. Share it with the rest of the crowd.
She weighed one most confusing model of 2022.
I could see that.
He confuses us.
Hey Jeffrey,
Yeah.
I want to introduce Diana. She was one of the ones that won an award.
Hello, Diana.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Dana.
How are you?
Good. I just hope that Chuck has a speedy recovery for whatever he has. Because we miss him. I listen to his live sometimes, and John really enjoyed being on his show. So I hope that he's okay.
Here, here.
Absolutely. He's you know, some people joke around and you'll say, well, that person's a legend in their own mind, but he's not a legend in his own mind. He actually is a legend. So
I agree.
and I see Vahagan has joined the chat. Vahagan, thanks again. I don't know if you were here. I thanked you and Robert Silver for letting people know about this show tonight and directing people over here to send their well wishes to Chuck. And I really appreciate that you did that, my friend. That was great of you to do. I know, I think you said you were working tonight. So good luck with the job. And thank you very, very much for coming in the chat and supporting us tonight.
It was rather easy to twist Robert Silver's arm also.
You know what I think?
People should check out his channel. Like he started now. He hasn't done his stream for too long, right? Tim, you know how long he's been doing it, right?
Couple months, I'd say.
Now, what's the hours that he does it at?
It's Thursday nights. I think he starts at 6 PST. It may be 5.
Okay.
I just rediscovered an old weightlifting injury on that she-wade wig that I carelessly threw off to the side earlier. My foot went right on it and went whoop like a gymnast. Might need another back surgery after that one. God.
The perils of living a double life, Zach.
Yeah, I should have. I wish I would have left the camera on. That would have been funny because I would have just like a ghost just slid out of the screen, and you guys would have. Well, there probably was. It probably would have got this shut down because we don't do profanity on here. But there were some choice words.
Hey, the other night, the other day, Maz gave a super chat to Robert. Right, $9.99. So I threw in $2 and I said, "Oh my God, $2! I can't do that." So I threw in another $7. So Moss beat me up by 99 cents.
This is the new gas war. This community is incredibly generous. Like you guys don't know, like. That really, like YouTube channels are expensive to run. You guys don't know how much that really helps.
Diana, what can you share with everybody? I think you have a website, correct?
Sorry. No, I don't
Instagram.
have a website. I have an Instagram.
Okay, you want to share that with everybody because you do a lot of fantastic work and just to let people know what gear are you choosing to use now?
Sure. My Instagram is at Diana Ishii. So it's just one word, Diana Ishii. So that's my Instagram. And so the work that I do a lot of traveling photography. I mean, that's definitely with John together. But my photography is more art-based. Especially in the last 2 years. And I wanted to, the photography has like certain fine art, to it.
So are you trying to capture the cultures of the places that you go for the most part? Focusing on people or focusing on everything, where they live,
Yeah.
The kind of work they
The
do, everything.
the culture, the people. Actually, I think that the most serious work that I did is when we traveled to Mongolia, and we have been there for 4 years. So we captured a lot of people portraits, landscape, and also to reflect the culture of those eagle hunters, which is really interesting. So then I did that. I captured a lot of images at that time with my Leica system. I used the Leica SL system because I like the picture quality, and then I don't have to do a lot of post processing. And after that, and then now slowly, lately, I've moved to the Hasselblad, the H2D, the system, which I find it quite nice because of the high megapixels. But I must say that I'm very impressed with the John Z9 and Z8, and I was blown away. I mean, it's oh wow. Usually because I was a Nikon user before, I used a D810 and a D850, and I always feel that the image is very sharp, but it lacks a certain micro contrast. I don't know whether I put it correctly or not. So then, when I switched to the Leica system, and the reason why I like that is that there is a very nice color and also the micro contrast there. So wow! But when I saw the Z8, the images that came from John's camera, I said, "Oh wow, they are really getting close, man."
Hey, they're really not John's images. He stole some from Chuck, and he said they're his.
That's fine. Chuck's been stealing our photos at the photo reviews for like months now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So-
very impressive that Z8, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know whether there's the difference in quality in terms of the images between the Z9 and the Z8.
Shouldn't be.
They should be pretty much identical.
The same
Probably
sensor.
more the lenses
Same
than the
sensor.
cameras, though.
Oh, okay.
Same
Yeah,
sensor, same processor. It should be this pretty much the same result. I mean, there's a few differences in terms of feature sets and types of cards used and things like that. But in terms of the quality of the image, should be identical.
Yeah, because when John took some images and I look at the image, the raw file, and not the JPEG, the raw file, and then of course you treat a little bit on the Photoshop, and the final image, I was like, wow. I mean, if you don't tell me, I don't know whether it's taken by a Leica or a ZA, especially shoot
Wow.
in the right setting, the right conditions. So I was like really impressed.
Yeah, some of the mirrorless cameras that Nikon is putting out, like the original Z6, like regardless of the lens, I felt like that sensor was just a little bit sweeter than the Z6 too. And then like the Z5, the very inexpensive Z5, it's just a great looking sensor. Like the images that come out of it, they have that 3D pop, that micro contrast. It's just that much sweeter than the rest.
Yeah.
Not all cameras are made the same in a line, and then the Z9 and the Z8 too, they're just like the raw images, you would swear that they may have had like a little bit of work to them. They just have such a clarity and such like a an elevation off of the screen or the paper to them, a little bit of a standout.
Well, we have another guest coming in here.
Uh-oh.
And I think I might have prepared something for this guy as well. I got to look here. I had a hit list here of people that may show up. So, Mr. Maddox, you're going to get your due in a second. You're not getting away here. You're going to get it here. So, I got something about Mr. Maddox. So,
Looking forward to it.
So, I'm going to say a man that Nikon should hire as a traveling salesman and video expert who is searching the globe to find the perfect retirement location to support his photography, Mr. Wayne Maddox.
Welcome, everyone.
Wayne is not a travel photographer and videographer. He lived traveling. So we admire that quality, Wayne.
He's a vagabond.
Exactly. And Diana, you may not know this, but one thing that Chuck Chuck really appreciate is to have female photographers in the audience. So every time we have a female photographer, he tried to create this environment that is safe for everybody to be, and every time we have one of the female photographers coming in, he enjoyed that tremendously. So I'm sure he appreciates that John and you are there together.
And not to hurt John's feelings, but we know who takes the better pictures.
We know.
Yeah, that's right.
Who said that? Who said that?
I want to
Really
know.
agreed.
Buy a coffee.
But John is proud. John is
I'm
proud
sorry,
of what
sorry
you do.
John. I didn't mean that, John.
Much.
Well,
Yes, you
that's true.
No, it's a pleasure to have you on, Diana. It really is.
Some friends you got there, John.
You've made a few appearances on Chuck's show, and we've we've seen some of your work, and it's fantastic. So
Well, that's something I'm we were talking about, like what Chuck's community that he's built has done for us. Diana Ishii is no joke my favorite photographer right now, right? And that it has been ever since I first saw her work, which I discovered through Chuck's channel, because through Chuck's channel I met John, and then your lovely wife was on one night and it was like, check out her Instagram, and I was just like, whoa. And it basically reminds me that every time I go out to shoot photography, I'm like, I'm going to shoot some art, and then I end up doing just like general stuff because nobody has time to work with me on a really kind of tight idea. And so it just kind of falls into regular stuff. And then I come back home and I check my Instagram feed. I'm like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing right now.
Mr. Stroud is taken off. Sorry, Joe. I don't know why you couldn't get to my email and get on the show here, but it's always nice to have you on. I mean, I wish you could have stayed longer, but good luck with your shoot, and hope things goes well.
See you, Joe.
And Wayne, I got to give you credit. If you got John doing videos now, which kind of scares me, but so you obviously know how to do video, because you're able to teach John how to do video, and he has no fear now. He's gonna, next thing you know, John's gonna get some award for some film that he's gonna do coming up. And and he's gonna have to give you like a little bit of credit at the bottom of the screen. Trained by Mr. Wayne Maddox. Thank you very much.
John's gonna end up with another award for videography.
That's
He's just
right.
gonna come back and be like, wait, how did you get behind Russian lines for these video shots? And he's like, yeah, that's what I do, man.
I wish I could take all the credit, but John pulled us a bunch of folks of us in to assist him with some stuff. I'm still hoping that he'll jump on and do his live stream. That's what we're trying to get him to get started, so he can be another time slot we can have some information on.
I told John just last night, I said, dude, even if you just like get on and just tell photojournalism stories, because I'm sure there's some crazy ones, just no holds barred, don't hold anything back. Don't think about how you're going to say it. Just like tell the story. I would tune into that week after week, day after day, because nobody does that, like nobody goes in. It's like you have this experience as like a photojournalist, and I just want to hear the stories. There's tons of gear. If you want to talk about gear, cool, I'll listen, but I would love to hear some of the stories.
Now, are you guys going back to Mongolia this year?
No.
No.
Mongolia is coming to us. I think Wayne is heading. Wayne is heading back to Malaysia next month.
Or so.
Yeah.
Well, I think after your last stint, you said it was obviously the temperature extremes are really difficult, and I know it's really wore you out a little bit. You probably need a year to recover now.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's tough.
Here's a question for Wayne and John. So in maybe 3 years' time, I'll take my first like international trip, right?
Oh, great.
Specifically just to go and like shoot photography. So if I'm grabbing my camera and I'm going somewhere, I got two options. Should I go first to Vietnam or Malaysia?
Well, no, you come to Malaysia so I can take you around.
Done deal.
And
I'll see you
if
in 3
Wayne
years.
is here, we'll have a great time.
We'll have a great time. Yeah, the reason it's those two options is because I know people in both places, and I don't like tourist traps. I want to experience the country.
Well, Vietnam, I've been there many times, and yeah, it's a great place, but it's a little bit more touristy.
Oh.
But it's the food in Vietnam is over the top.
Oh, I love Vietnamese food.
It's amazing, you know.
Yeah, I got a belly full of hamburger helper. Let's not talk about real food.
And the coffee in Vietnam is to kill for. It's incredible flavor, like chocolatey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least
it's a good place.
The coffee that my coworkers drink at work kind of smells like a natural product that some people used to smoke a lot in the 60s. That's what it smells like whenever they brew it. I'm like, what are you drinking? Is that a tea? They're like, oh, it's coffee. You want some? I'm like, not before I work.
We hope you come out, Z-Wade. I mean, Wayne and I would take you around.
Yeah, I just need to see all the good spots, man. Otherwise, I'm just going to be walking around aimless. Not knowing how the bathroom is.
If it hasn't been for AP Studios and Chuck Show, how would I meet Wayne? How would I meet?
He would have just he would have just passed through. You never would have known.
And then when you're traveling, you got contacts, you got a network.
Mm-hmm.
And and then any of you guys come over or I go over there, we'll just have a blast. It's like
I was supposed to have been to Australia and back already, but I had a friend that lived over there, so it's like I didn't have to worry about like a place to stay, and I didn't have like hardly any money back then. That was like my mid-20s. And so I was like, I had a friend over there, and so I could crash over there and go enjoy the country as the locals do, which to me is like how you vacation. You don't go on a vacation to go to where all the other Americans are going. It's like that doesn't sound like very much fun.
Let me add this. Sanjit is also in Malaysia. I have Sean Fontenue, who's coming to Mongolia. Supposed to meet him in a couple of days. I'm not sure what his name is on the channel because I didn't recognize his name when he emailed me and said he was going to come to Mongolia and let's meet up. So, Chuck is the one who got all of us together, had me met John when I was traveling to Malaysia. Sean is not coming over here to meet me. Hopefully when Zach or any one of you guys travel, if you want to come to one of the countries that we are at, more than welcome, and we can hang out and shoot stuff.
One of these days, Chuck is going to start sending us invoices for these matchmaking fees.
Well, I think they're a good comment here to follow up on with Real Nikon Lover, and I have a very good interest in this as well, as for those on the panel and in the chat that have done international travel and have gone to different places. That would be a very interesting topic on a future show. Even just how do you prepare for the trip? How do you pack? What stumbling blocks have you run into at the airport? PSA. What should you do? What should you not do? I think that I'm going to make a note of that. I think that would be
that would make an excellent topic.
Very, very good topic for another stream. And so I'm going to ask those of you that do travel between now and if you guys want me to continue this between now and another stream down the road, make some notes of what you've run into with problems or what you recommend and what type of gear you pack depending on what location you're going to. You might say, well, if I'm going on a trip to do this is what I pack. If I'm going on a trip to do that, then I pack this. Share that information because someday, I want to be able to go on a couple trips and I don't want to be like tripping over my feet trying to figure out what can I do? What should I do? What shouldn't I do?
And also, packing for women photographers.
Yeah.
Because we pack quite differently than men.
Yeah, we just throw it all in a box and say, ship it.
What is it that Jeff Foxworthy says? He said, we pick it up and we smell it, and if we don't gag, we'll wear it again.
I can see Diana shaking her head over there.
Yeah, you just bring a lot of air freshener with you, and you just give it a quick spray and put it on, right?
Hey, Sanjay, I'm gonna take you up on that, but you can guarantee that I'm gonna call you Belvedere. If you're gonna be my driver and translator, I'm gonna come up with I'm gonna get a real generic butler name for you. Yes,
Belvedere.
yes, Belvedere. Please take me to the nearest coffee house.
David's traveled you've gone to the UK several times, haven't you, David?
Well, I've been to the UK 4 times. And the last time I took my Z9 because I didn't have an 8 because I was in September and October. I was there for 6 weeks. But when I went out for the day, I had whatever lens was attached to my camera. Hopefully it remained attached because my 100 to 400 fell off.
Oh,
and
no.
And I had my 24 to 120 with me. But I also had an Olympus for a backup, just in case.
I have a professional wedding photographer friend who got all his gear stolen in London.
Oh,
Everything.
I was gonna ask what the opinion of photography in the UK was, because I only know like 3 people that have ever gone over there and taken pictures, and some people say it's a goth nightmare, some people say it's awesome, and everybody says that they didn't really care for the food that much, and so I don't know what it's actually like.
Yeah, you got to be careful because these guys are pros and they're looking at you, and once they target you, they're looking at the labels on your bags. If it says business class or something, they're going to go after you. And then they distract you with 2-3 guys, and all of a sudden his stuff was gone. Yeah. And he had a lot of this professional Canon gear for a wedding.
I think a secondary topic to tag along with how to pack and prepare for international travel would be, what do you folks do for gear insurance? Do you buy it? Don't you buy it? How much coverage?
I have it, and
you get it. Who do you get it from?
You wouldn't believe how cheap the insurance actually is. It really is worth it.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Oh, Byra's there. Finally.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Mongolia.
Wayne, introduce your wife.
This is Bayarku, called Byra for short, because it's kind of hard to figure out when you see the actual spelling of the words, how to pronounce it. So Byra, my wife, she's Mongolian. And of course, she's here with me wherever I'm moving around the world. My sidekick.
Wayne's going to wear out his knees if he keeps traveling. He's going to wear out his legs.
I hope not. I call it exercise, because when I'm around, we walk around so much. Like when Hong Kong, and me and Johnson, we did probably 9 miles or something one day. We're just walking around. Wow. And you just keep walking, you don't realize it. And she's saying her knees are hurting. I'm like, you're getting old. She's younger than I am. I'm like, I feel good. Let's keep going.
Yeah, we need to more practice.
Yeah, well, you get older if you don't move around and do things. So it's important that you move around and you're doing that. So you're going to be good for a while, my friend.
Thank you.
Well, after this wig incident, I'll be 33 years old this month, and I basically have destroyed knees now because I almost ate it on this wig.
Well, just to let you guys know, we got some stuff going on in the house here, so it's going to be noisy. The mic is going to go out, or I'm going to be muted a while. And if I go off camera, it's because something else is happening.
Okay, no problem. Fel M has a question for John and Wayne. He says, when he starts traveling, should he take his ZFC or risk it and bring the Z8? He says, I'm thinking the ZFC. What do you guys think?
Oh, bring the Z8 for sure.
Yeah. I'll say the Z8.
It's an incredible travel camera. That and a 24-120, and you're good to go.
Yep, that's
That's
my
what I
thing.
just did, John. I went for a business trip to Buenos Aires, Argentina,
Mhm.
and then I just put the C8 and the 24 180 and 120, and it was wonderful. I got all sort of images, and it
Yeah,
was, all that you need. Correct? It's not. I didn't
exactly.
do my typical wildlife photography. I did a lot of street photography and travel photography, but it was wonderful. Just one camera, one lens, off you go.
Exactly. And if you need anything wider, just use your iPhone.
Exactly.
It works.
And what I said to everybody that is contemplated traveling is living, correct? You
Yes.
you it is the cure to all prejudice. Is the best. It's like going to university again. It's experiencing. It's like being absorbing all this culture that is different to yours. It's definitely something, but commit to it. Correct? Don't overthink it. Don't if you don't have the right camera, you don't just go. Okay. Now
Yeah.
be as Chuck will remind us, be a smart traveler. Correct. Be
Mhm.
aware of your surroundings and don't try to stick too much, and be safe. But
Yeah, and
Let's get where the crowds are.
try to go with people. Try to go with a group if you can. That would be the best thing, but you can't always do that. But you
Yeah.
want to try to do that.
If you're
That's
on your
why-
own, I would say don't go out where there's no people, especially if it's a country that there could be some issues. Stick with the crowds. Maybe annoying to get the shot, but at least you'll keep safe. Keep your gear with you. I usually have like my backpack or my shoulder bag with me and kind of keep it to the front so you have an eye on it. So those are something that you keep in mind when you travel. If you get off a flight, you go someplace and people always want to help you with your bag, no. Keep
No.
that little camera gear close to you. You don't let anybody take your stuff.
let me tell you what I did. Correct. So I was on business, so I have limited time. So I realized that there was a double-decker bus going around the city, going through all the sites. Correct. So the beauty was that the double-decker bus, you could be higher up. You were observing everything. You were not in the crowd. Although Buenos Aires is safe, you're protected, because if you travel by yourself, like I was in that case, when you put the camera in front of you, you don't know what's going on around you, correct? So you are a little bit vulnerable. So play smart, okay? I really enjoy that. And I'm not a street photographer or travel photographer, just absorbing the vibe of the city. That is fantastic.
Well, I thought that I would do all my traveling in like a Benjamin Franklin print suit. Is that not like
Do
I'm
you have
talking
the hat?
full piece. I'm talking suit. I'm talking sports jacket and pants. I'm doing the whole thing.
I saw a couple things I wanted to answer in the chat here. Let's see. Somebody was asking about PPA insurance. Does it cover theft? It does cover theft. I think it's got a $350 deductible, but it will cover theft. And there's something else. Somebody asked if we carry knives when we go shooting. I keep a knife in my camera bag, but it's always there. But if you're talking about for traveling, you may want to be wary of where you carry that, because in certain countries in Europe, carrying a knife is illegal.
Especially like
if
you're getting on a plane, you want to carry a gun, not a knife. I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, that's one of the things that worries me about international travel is I usually have a sense of confidence because of my insurance and because of my personal protection equipment, right? Which I don't use for myself. That's more for like the protection of like my models, like out in the field. So if somebody comes up to me and they want my stuff, they can just have it. I got insurance. But if somebody comes up and, I go out with these beautiful models and somebody gets crazy, like if we're talking like serious physical harm, then, you get the other side of the insurance, and once you go overseas, it's like, all I got is my insurance. And I don't even know if it applies in another country. I haven't read that deep into it,
Yeah,
Let me give
you a story what happened the other day here in Malaysia. There was an American guy. He was a former Navy SEAL, and he came to Malaysia as a consultant for some kind of Netflix Army whatever show. So as he was leaving, they security found 2 magazines of a AR-15 in his bag, empty.
Uh-oh.
And so he was thinking it's okay. I mean, they're empty, right? Oh, they didn't. The security grabbed them and the police grabbed them and they held them for 15 days.
Jeez.
Because you're not allowed to have empty magazines. So he's trying to get a hold of the U.S. Embassy, and we finally, finally was able to get out. But people don't realize that in certain countries, even empty magazines is against the law.
Yeah, it's basically like paraphernalia. Basically, you can't.
Yeah, you can't have anything that deals with any kind of weapons.
He should have lied better and just said it was an adult Pez dispenser. It's a collector's edition.
In Malaysia, if you're caught with one bullet with no gun, just the bullet, cartridge, it's the death penalty.
Yeah.
Whoa!
And for the wildlife photographer, don't wear camouflage when you travel overseas.
Yeah,
camouflage is used for military people.
Point.
So that's
if I wore it and I went overseas and I was wearing camouflage, they'd mistake me for an animal and they'd shoot me. So I'm not going to wear camouflage.
I'm just going to need everyone's phone number because the advice I got was to wear antlers whenever you go out and shoot wildlife photography, like on your head, like a Viking hat with
Need
deer
new
antlers.
friends.
I notice I'm going back in the chat because obviously I haven't been able to follow it. I'm going way back, and Ronald Pollard was here with us. I don't know, Ron, if you're still here and you want to come on the panel. I'll put up the email again, and you can ask for an invite and come on with the rest of us, man. Let me.
Hey, Maz.
Get it straightened out here, and there you go. So, Ron, if you're still here and you want to pop on and talk to Chuck and his wife for a few minutes live, then please do so. I'll send you a link.
Hey, Maz, have you noticed that we're the only ones without cool accents?
Yeah.
I couldn't understand you with your accent. What'd you say?
Well, even Jeff has one. He's got that kind of drawl, that kind of I really haven't heard it.
Jeff's from Connecticut. He's faking that.
I didn't know I had a drawl. I think I just talk slow.
No, your vowels are like way longer than like me and Maz, and everybody else just has like a cool riz to their, a cool sparkle to their voice. And me and Maz are over here. It's like I think I will go check out insurance rates today. Like, and everybody else is just sounds so cool.
Hey, Ron is still here, so.
Hey, Ron, come on with the group here, buddy.
Yeah, get on here. And by the way, guys, if we fill up and somebody wants to pop on, Jeff, just say so. I have stuff that I can do to get through the night while I listen. So if we max out, just let me know, man. No hard feelings.
Yeah, well, if
somebody else wants to get on.
I upped the ante on the Restream subscription here to be able to have more people on because I thought it was going to be a banner night, and so far it is. And still got 43 people here watching.
Great.
It's a fun one, man. We're having a lot of laughs.
And that's great. And that's great. Hey, I'm just going to bring up just because I want to stir the pot. Let's see. Let me find my stir the pot paperwork.
Uh-oh.
Oh, forget one more. You have to do the Brady Bunch layout.
I'm going to end up as Alice again. Is that the name of the?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Alice. Dadgummit, I'm going to end up as Alice.
I'm gonna ask for everybody on the panel's opinion. I'm gonna not gonna rant. I'm just gonna talk a little bit, and then ask everybody for their opinion.
Sure you don't want to rant?
No.
I can put the wig on and go full Karen if you need.
I just can't do it. I just can't do it good enough. Plus, I don't want to get red in the face because I'm under these weird lights right now. I don't know what color I'll look like. So, I mean,
I got my rant background.
Got the rant background with Chuck. Chuck's red. That's in honor of your rant, Chuck. When you're red.
Is that red? It is red.
It is red, Chuck.
I freaking love that.
Red Chucks.
How does he do that?
I don't know.
Moz is the techie guy over there, man. He's well, I mean, even honestly, like I mean, do you expect anything less than like a little green screen? We've actually got 2 green screen action going on.
I'm getting emails on my phone.
David's over there got some green screen going on.
That emails on my phone, they're not showing up in my emails. Email on my computer. So I don't understand that.
Yeah, Zach, I shot this with my full spectrum. I had my 8 to 15 millimeter lens on it. So I can.
Okay, I'm gonna send an invite out to Ron, guys. I'll let you guys keep the stream going while I'm dealing with technical difficulties.
Technical difficulty time. Go for it, Moz, man. You had a couple of things you wanted to reference, and I think we got lost. Or did we get those?
Or talk about that gear, Tim, that you recently bought. It's a good time to do that.
Yeah, if we got a few minutes.
Yeah,
So
go for it, man.
All right. I don't know if you guys probably have seen this product around, and I know Bahagan has one and other YouTubers have them, but it's the Xsoon Simo, which basically allows you to live stream from your camera with an iPhone.
Oh,
so
cool.
I wanted to get one of these because I wanted to record the back of the camera. It allows you to basically record what you're seeing through the viewfinder. So I bought one of these things, and they have a new black version out. I wasn't crazy about the white one, so they came out with a black version. So I bought one, and I hooked it up, and it didn't work. I tried for a couple of days. I tried all the settings in the camera. I reset the camera. I tried different cables. I tried everything, and it didn't work. So I ordered a second one. I got the second one. I ordered everything from Amazon. I got the second one. The second one didn't work either. And it was actually missing a cable, and it looked like it was a return. So I screwed around with that for a while, and that didn't work. So I ordered a third one. Third time's a charm. And the third one worked, and the problem was the cable that you get with it that goes from USB-C to the iPhone. The first one that was shipped to me, the cable was bad. Now, I tried everywhere to find some FAQs, to find some videos, anything that could just, tell me what I might be doing wrong. And there's really nothing out there on the internet. There's some great videos on there on how to use it, but even on the Xsoon site and the Xsoon YouTube channel, there's nothing really that walks you through troubleshooting. I was trying different cables. I have Anchor cables that are USB-C to iPhone. I have Apple cables that are USB-C to iPhone. And I know those cables work, but there's something about the Xsoon cable where it's a different pinout. So you can try any other cable you want. It's not going to work. And I had to find that out the hardware, actually. But the third one actually works, and it works really good. But just beware. If you get one and it doesn't work and you try another cable, those other cables aren't going to work. So I may put a video out about that and save somebody some time.
We're going to bring in Ron right now for a second, and then Tim, you can keep going. Let me just bring Ron in and let him say hi to Chuck and his wife. And here is Mr. Pollard, man, the man who travels everywhere. And when my camera's breaking and I got to pray, I hope Mr. Ron has a word for the guy upstairs to fix my gear.
Hey, team, how y'all doing? How's everybody?
Good. How you doing, Ron?
I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. First of all, I want to thank God that Chuck is fine and that he's recovering and doing well. That thing was very sobering for me, as I'm sure it was for a lot of people. And his wife did hit me back, Jeff and Tim and John and everyone else. His wife. I just let him know I'm praying for him and just hope the best for him. And, just all love, man. Just all love. Just as Bob Marley used to say, one love, baby. Just one love. And for Chuck and his family. And, I think that's really, a big perspective push, to put a lot of things in perspective. And I'm just glad to be here with you all tonight, and it is good to see a beautiful, beautiful rose amongst all you thorns. Okay, it truly is.
There's only one Rose, and it ain't me.
and
It's
it's Miss
the lady
Diana.
right
I
next
just
to
want to
John.
thank. It's Miss Diana, the beautiful, lovely Rose, amongst all of these long, jagged, dirty-looking
old
roses.
guys. Just say
Thorns.
all these old guys, man.
She Wade is now here.
Well, if Diana's a rose amongst thorns, I'm just like a whole briar patch over here.
Jeff, why did you let this guy on?
I got tricked. I thought it was a beautiful blonde that wanted to talk to me, and I clicked the button, and then the wig came off, and I'm like, oh, gee, what a disappointment.
I am shocked by how shallow you are.
Jeff, Maribel and daughters and Chuck are going to sign off. So just get everyone to say good night to her.
Okay, everybody say good night to Chuck and Maribel and the family.
Yes, guys. Yes.
We love you, man, and we're gonna send you off with. Let's see here. Come on, phone. Do something right here.
Real quick, I'm praying for a good, solid night's sleep for you, Chuck.
We're gonna send you off with a round of applause.
Thank you, Chuck.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Maribel, for coming in the chat and updating everyone and passing along everyone's prayers and well wishes. And we're all pulling for Chuck.
Here.
I'm gonna share this story real quick. John will be able to relate to this, I know, and some of you all will in your own work lives. One of the reasons that I'm so late getting on here, or I would have been in earlier, Jeff, to hear Miss Maribel, was because a client pivoted on me. I was supposed to be on a plane to New York tonight, so she just called me and had to cancel the plane, and we had to reschedule everything for 2 weeks from now. And so there I am going to the airport, and the life of a photojournalist, the life of a professional photographer, that's some of it, And so that's just some of the realities, man. I mean, we were getting ready to go. I leave this Thursday night, Friday for Los Angeles, but I was going to be in New York working a show, doing an event photography over there, and that's why I'm late. But I wanted to get in here and express my my well wishes to Chuck and his family, and give Jeff his flowers too, because Jeff is doing quite well.
Yeah,
yes, he is.
Where is this Jeff guy?
Selective Memory is doing quite well.
Selective Memory, yeah. Like, what's my name? Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, Jeff. I know Jeff. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah. So we're good. Good thing Huntsville is not as big as New York or Los Angeles. So Wayne, I didn't have to drive 2 hours back to the airport, back home from the airport.
Well, Ron, I hope it was
had a 30-minute drive. It was.
Hey,
No,
Bob,
indeed
our
it was.
photos. Have
Indeed
a good
it
night,
was.
buddy.
Indeed it was, Wayne. Indeed it was, John. And she was apologetic and wanting to forward everything for 2 weeks from now. And I'm like, no, we'll wait. Wait until that event is open. We'll do it all together.
I mean, your work is incredible, Ron.
No, man,
That one profile shot, side view is awesome.
Oh, thank you, brother. You're very kind. Thank you. Very kind.
Wayne's going to be muting for a little bit. He may go offline for a little bit. So, Wayne, if hopefully you hang around.
I'm here.
We thank you for showing up. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, that was from earlier on.
That was from earlier on. See, I'm so far behind schedule here. I only, even though I have 4 eyes, they all look the same way.
Yeah, that was like an hour ago.
Yeah.
See you, Bob.
I remember my screen was blank for a while there because I had to go off and take care of some stuff, and now I'm back.
Hey, John.
The background's will be muted for a little bit, but whenever I need to talk, I'll come in.
Jeffrey, if I may, I just wanted to tell John, that image was taken a few months ago, and I think I'm grateful for portable lighting. That was with the ProPhoto A2s.
Oh, with the A2.
Yeah, that was with the A2s.
Nice.
Yeah, that was with the A2s and the Z7 too, actually.
Oh, really?
And no, that was with the Z9. I'm sorry, that was with the Z9. And but with the Profoto A2s in Michigan. So we were remote and we were on a location at a barn and had never seen it before and didn't know what we were going to get. And in 30 minutes, you know, you had to come up with the concept. And we were able to pull out some keeper images for them, for that company.
Hey, Ron. Speaking of lighting, I think I could use some advice.
Is that Z-Wade or She-Wade? Who am I talking?
I could use some advice on my lighting, Ron.
I didn't know who you walked into.
You just need some. Super glue. You just need some super glue, man.
What is that, Z-Wade? What is that?
It used to be a Godox 8400 Pro.
It used to be.
Used to be. How long did you have it?
Sell it on eBay for parts, man. Sell it on eBay. Say great for parts.
Are you finding their gear reliable? I mean, in terms of durability, Z-Wade?
This, I wouldn't expect anything to survive the fall that this thing took. The reason it's in pieces is because I had this really talented engineer at work. He's fixed like a lot of like my audio equipment and stuff like that. And he'll fix anything if you ask him to. Just pay him for the parts. And this thing took it was probably elevated 3 to 4 feet off of ground level, and it took a spill right onto the corner of the battery. And there was so much kinetic energy that it just sent it through the battery shell, through the main housing, and just broke all the stuff in there. And there was just nothing that could be done. Everything shorted in it. And so, but I've already replaced it. But yeah, it's he just left it in pieces. He's like, "You want me to put it back together?" I said, "Nah, salvage what you can for a future project, and I'll take back the rest."
I ask you that question, Z-Wade, because I see so many people today with Godox lighting, not even Flashpoint, but Godox.
Yeah,
of course not brown color or Profoto as much, but a lot of Godox all over the place.
It's good value and they're reasonably reliable.
And they actually have a great ecosystem too. So, like I was kind of bouncing on the idea of maybe getting into the Westcott 400 watt, but the ecosystem for Godox is just like much bigger, right? So they have the smaller flashes and they have the on cameras and, you know, and then they have the off cameras and the studio strobes. And then they also have like the constant lighting and stuff like that. Whereas the Westcotts just have a couple of things, you know?
Yeah,
I've been in Profoto better built, but Godox are cheaper.
For sure. Yeah,
you've had a chance to compare them, sir. You've had a chance to compare them directly.
Oh no, not me.
No, the gentleman up top.
I have, yeah. I like the Westcott much better, but like Z-Wade says, that they just don't have the system yet.
Okay.
Yeah, and something interesting about the Westcotts. The Westcotts too aren't even really like a Westcott. They have like, you get like maybe 30 more flashes, but if you look at a Jinbei, which is not available in the United States, it's basically the exact same thing. You know, kind of like Flashpoint and Godox. You know, same thing. But
hey, if anybody who wants to volunteer to step out for a little bit, so Vahagan can come on, because
I got some video editing to do. No, hey, no, don't worry about it, Roy. I got some YouTube videos to do. I can hop out. No problem.
No, we'll just have some people go in and out. I think
I can go out.
Okay, I turned you on, Vahagan, but I don't see you on the screen.
I'll be out. Hey, everybody, thanks for having me, and we'll catch you guys next time.
Okay. Well, keep listening, because things may free up, and then you can jump back on again.
I'll have you right here, my man.
Okay.
All right, later, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason
Jeffrey, I wanted to just visit. I'm sorry. Go on.
The reason I went for Godox is because they're bones compatible.
Okay. Okay. V, what's up, V?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, here he is. We can hear you. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine, I think.
Yep.
Styling and profiling in the Tesla, baby.
Yeah.
your beard color matches your seats, just so you know.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hey. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Jeffrey, for doing this. This is amazing. This is awesome. It's great to see all of you here. Chuck, we love you. Chuck, if you're listening, Maribel, Courtney, Vegan family, we want to. Chuck is a amazing person for me, for this community, and we just wish him well. We wish him a healthy, speedy recovery. Chuck, we love you, brother. We miss you, man. Come back, man. Come back well. Recover, and we can't wait to see you back where you belong here on AP Studios, man. So.
We got to get away from this Jeff fellow. He don't know what the heck he's doing.
Nah, you're doing a great job, everybody. Roy, Gustavo, Maz, Wayne, John, Ron, Dave, Z Wade, and everybody that was on. This is the #1 photo community, and I've said this, and I will say this. Chuck, you're the king of live streams, my man, and you're missed. You are missed. I'll tell you right now. So, yeah.
Thank you for having a shout out, Vahagan, on your show. I really appreciate it. I really do, man, because I got a real dinky little channel. I wasn't going to be able to get the word out to enough people. I really wanted a good audience to be able to say hi to Chuck and his family and root him on. And you're a big part of why we got so many people that came on tonight, and I appreciate it very much.
Hey, man, that's the least I could do. And, like I said, man, Chuck, you are the man.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, Jeff, thank you for doing this.
No problem. It's a pleasure and a little uncomfortable, but Chuck's worth it.
Oh, for sure. That's why I made a quick video to let everyone know who watch my channel to come on here, and from the numbers, we seem to be doing pretty good. So
Wayne Maddox, hey Wayne, hey Ron Pollard, this one's for you, bro, for you, because he wanted to get a Tesla. So check this out.
There you go, on screen in the Tesla.
Okay, so you just got to go all the way and show out, huh, V? You just got to show out all the way. Congratulations, V.
We got Selective Imagery on the Tesla right here.
Hey, this is a first and last for me, because it'll probably never happen again.
Unless you get your own Tesla, Jeff.
Man,
hey, by the way, for everyone that's listening, please hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to Jeffrey's channel, Selective Imagery, guys. Do that. Let's support this channels. Do that right now. If you haven't thumbs it up and subscribe, man. Again, Jeffrey, thank you very much, man, for doing this, man. It means a lot.
No problem. Thanks for your help. I appreciate it very, very much. I really do.
Jeffrey, may I take this time to also acknowledge Wayne and the quality of the videos he's been doing as well. Yeah. Because he's been doing some nice stuff from when I've been able to keep up with it. It's been really cool, Wayne. Really cool.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. And the guy in England too, Andy, I think. Andy, the guy in London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wonder, Andy would probably be going on safari again sometime soon. I think he does a lot of safari stuff. You've probably run into him. Have you run into him, Ron? Been there at the same time as him?
It may. I mean, he's in England. He's 8 hours closer to me, 8 to 9 hours closer than I am by far. So I mean, a lot of people from the island, the British Islands. I see quite a few over there. A lot of the British Islander people go a lot to different parts of Africa, but especially on safari a lot, because it's a British Airways, a Virgin Atlantic, or KLM flight for them. It's one flight, depending on the weather.
When we get Maz back, I got to apologize to him because I'm trying to bring people in as they show up, and he was in the middle of sharing some information about some gear that he purchased and had problems with. I want him to be able to get back to that and finish the story. So whenever he shows up, we'll cut back over to him and let him finish what he started. And I rudely interrupted him. So if you can hear me, Maz, I'm apologizing.
Those topics y'all talked about too, Jeff, on travel photography and travel preparedness, and Miss Diana brought up for women. Oh man, those are wonderful topics to explore going forward.
Yeah, I think we will make that something that is talked about. You know, if like I said, if people want me to do this next week, then I'll do it, and that might be one of the topics. That's a very good topic. And here he is, Tim. I don't know if you heard me apologize for kind of cutting you off,
I did.
inviting the guests in and everything. So I want you to be able to get back to what you were talking about.
You know, it's funny because I actually finished, so you didn't interrupt anything. I was done. I did my spiel. But if anyone wasn't around, I was basically talking about the Axiom Simo. Long story short, I had to purchase 3 of these to get one that worked. And the problem ended up being the cable that goes from the iPhone to the unit didn't work. It was a faulty cable. The first one I got had the faulty cable. The second one didn't come with a cable. The third one had a cable that worked. But in the interim, I was trying everything I could think of. And I tried an iPhone cable. I tried another third-party USB-C to iPhone cable, and none of those cables worked. So it has a unique pinout. The Axiom cable has a unique pinout on it. So if anyone knows anyone that has ones or buys one and it's not working correctly, you might have to get a second cable from Axiom, because that was my problem. And the frustrating thing was there's nothing out on the internet that walks you through FAQs or anything like that. They have an app that you install on your phone and it has an FAQ link and it has a support link on it. And one takes you to their YouTube channel, which doesn't even have any videos about it except for marketing videos. The FAQ takes you to their homepage and you dig around their website and there are no FAQs. So it was really frustrating until I got the third one that worked. So
I tell you one thing, Mossman. If it takes you 3 times to fix something, knowing how you are good with tech, it's not a good endorsement of the product. If it takes you 3 times for something to work.
Cool. I would agree with that, except for I know so many people that have them and they work well for them. So that's why I would have stopped after the second one. But I really wanted it to work because I really want to be able to record. You know, I have the Canon R5 here, and I've got the Z9, and I want to do some comparison videos, and I want to get the screen in so you can see where the focus point is and if it's dropping focus in certain instances. So I really wanted to record that. So that's why I went to all that trouble to go through 3 of them.
Now, Tim, is that now you bought those through Amazon, I believe?
Yeah, I bought them through Amazon, so they're easy to return. I've got an Amazon depot like a mile away from my house, so really easy to return, thankfully.
Now, what, if you don't mind me asking, what's the retail price of that?
$179.
Hey guys, just want to say, Mossman. Hey, I gotta go, but I gotta go get paid for this gig. But I was at a gig right now doing a photo shoot, but I'm just waiting to get paid. But thank you for having me on. And we will see
video.
you guys.
Great video, V. The last one. Great video, man.
But Hagan, that reminds me the day that we were trying to get Chuck over the 1,000. And every time that was a new subscriber, everybody was shouting, Mossman. That was a remarkable night.
That was great.
Anyway, guys, thank you. Jeff, thanks. Chuck, get well, and we'll talk soon.
All right,
I'm gonna
take care.
I gotta go collect the check right now. So
yeah, make sure you get paid, Vaughan.
You gotta be able to pay the electric bill to recharge that car.
Anyway, Tesla superchargers are amazing. All right, guys. Rock and roll, Chuck. Rock and roll, man. Love each and every one of you
Take
guys.
it easy, man.
All right. Take care. Take care, B.
Thanks a lot.
See you, man.
Hey, Tim, Mossman, that picture you have of Chuck, you know who he looks like? He looks like Bob Dobbs. You know who Bob Dobbs is?
I don't.
Slack is salvation. The Church of Subgenius.
I've never seen that. I gotta see that.
You haven't seen
I told him that he had to find. I says you got to find a picture where he's smiling though. He's very serious. He's got a very serious face in that image. You know, you got to get Chuck smiling.
Yeah.
Okay. I know exactly. I just Googled it. I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's a great picture.
You know, I mean, I hope we got him smiling a little bit tonight. So I think we did. So I think once
it looks
again,
like a 1984.
Everybody here and in the chat.
Looks like 1984.
Is it Bob Dobbs or Bob Dobson?
Bob Dobbs, Church of Subgenius.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
It's a parody. He was a parody. Actually, he was a real picture from the Bell telephone phone book of the 1960s. So they used that image of Bob Dobbs was smoking a pipe as the Church of Salvation.
Yes,
Slack
yes,
is salvation. Yes. The Church is Subgenius.
Yes,
Hey,
yes. I see him.
Jeff, I don't know if you noticed, but Ted joined the chat.
Yeah, I just saw him.
Ted?
Yeah. Hello, Ted. Art Bear.
Wow.
Thank you, Luke. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Luke.
I was gonna let's see here as I go through my menagerie of open windows here and confuse myself immensely.
We'll do that for you.
Well, yeah. I mean, you guys are free to. It won't take you guys much to confuse me. That I'll give you credit for. It won't be hard. One thing I wanted to maybe bring up for discussion is obviously a lot of talk. The way I'm wording it is Z6/Z7 III. Why next year? Question mark. And that's been something that's kind of been almost a given that we're not going to see those cameras this year. Now, I'm going to start off by saying, just to go back in time a little bit, when the original Z7, the original one, was released in September of 2018. The Z6 was released in November of 2018. So they were very close to each other. Then when the Z6 and the Z7 II, they were both announced at the same time in October of 2020, and they were both available on November 5th of 2020. So you could see the pattern there in the first two releases where the cameras were either released within a few months of each other or at the same time. So I know that there's Chuck's opinion, which I don't disagree with, is the Z6 III would be a great next camera to come out with because it fills a major gap. It would be a very hot seller. I mean, certainly, Nikon wouldn't have any trouble, selling the product. But when I look at it and I'm starting to think about it, because you also at the same time have a rumor where people are saying, well, there's going to be one more camera this year, and it might be the ZF. And I know the ZF isn't something that Chuck's overly excited about, but he knows that, someday that camera is going to come out. But when you really sit down, and when I really sat down and I really thought about it, the ZF may not be a wrong assumption. And I'm going to tell you why. Because right now, the Z8 obviously is selling like hotcakes. Okay? And none of us really know what the manufacturing capability is at Nikon. We know it's not the same as Canon. We know it's not the same as Sony. And they're building a new plant, but the plant is not done yet. So we know they have certain limitations on their production line. So if they're cranking out Z8s, and they're also getting some pretty good orders still on the Z9, so they're going to want to milk that a little bit. They're going to want the Z8 out there, continuing to get the attention and providing the income for a little bit of time. They're not going to want to overshadow that or compete with themselves. That's my opinion. And I don't know that even if they could come out with the third generation of the Z6 and Z7 this year, they would never be able to keep up with demand with the quantities that they're cranking out for the Z8 and the Z9. So I think, you're probably going to have new sensors in both those cameras, that they got to get enough quantities of those. And the Z8 production is going to have to maybe slow down a little bit for them to be able to free up the lines to do it. And whereas the ZF is going to be such a niche camera, it may be a hot camera in Asia or Europe. It may not be so hot in the US, but it may just be that, let's say, medium level sales volume type of camera, that maybe they got enough room on the line to squeeze that camera in, where they really can't do the Z6 III and the Z7 III right now at the same time, because I think they're still going to come out basically at the same time. So what do you guys think of that? You think that I'm way out of whack? Do you think that's realistic?
My thought is that in Japan, there's two seasons that are auspicious for camera releases, and that's for many releases. And one is in the fall and one is in the spring. So traditionally, most Japanese manufacturers use those times because they are auspicious times, if you notice.
But I've watched a few reviews in the last couple of days that I'm surprised where people were claiming to know for a fact that the Z6 III is going to be coming out this year. And then, of course, it's always very interesting to watch what they say is going to be in the camera, because they really only talk about maybe 20% of the capabilities of a camera. So it's very, very minimal information. It's really like kind of what I call throwaway information. It isn't anything that I'm going to take seriously. And some of it, some guy was talking about the Z7 III said, "Oh, it's just going to do 4K, and the Z6 is going to do 4K." Well, there's no way if a Z7 III theoretically is going to be their high megapixel camera, that you're going to only be able to shoot 4K with it. I mean, that would be ludicrous. You're gonna be shooting 8K with it. There's no doubt in my mind you're gonna be shooting 8K with it. But some of the stuff out there isn't even worth watching right now. And what's interesting with how a lot of people really like the size of the Z8 body, you got to ask yourself, okay, well, the sensors in the Z6 III and Z7 III, are they going to be BSI? Are they going to be with or without a stack sensor? Are the bodies going to be the same size? Could they potentially use a body size similar to the Z8? Because a lot of people like the body size of the Z8. Or are they going to stick to the smaller body that they have now? Are they going to use the Expeed 7 processor? What about the memory cards? Now it'd be hard pressed for me to think that, since they only have one CFEB and one SD card in the Z8, I don't think they're going to, in a lower price point camera, I do not think they're going to put two CFEBs in a Z6 III or a Z7 III, because they didn't put it in the Z8. So that would be a punch in the mouth to the people that bought the Z8 if they did that.
And Z9. And Z9.
Yeah, and Z9. Well, I think you're not. Yeah. And what about flippy screens? Do you think it's going to be in both models or just the Z6 III? You think they'll put it on a Z7 III too? So what do you guys think about those two cameras, when they might come out? What do you think realistically they're going to do?
Let me hop on this and quickly say, for the Z6 III, I think they should have a flippy screen for one thing on it. If they make it go up to 6K recording, they're going to have to do like Sony, and they're going to have to make the body thicker. And personally, for me, doing the video side, the slight thickness would be fine if they make it a little bit taller as well. I think some people would like that, because some people have bigger hands and they complain that their finger dropping off on the bottom. So I think, if you're saying they're going to push 8K into it, even if it's like, say, 8K 25, 24, and that's like just like the Sony R5, where all they give you is 10-bit 420, not you're not getting 10-bit 422, the higher quality stuff.
Yeah,
it would need the capability to keep the camera cool, just like in the Z8. The body have to be a bit thicker to manage the heat. So I don't know if they'll go all the way to 8K, but if they did even at 6K, if you want a long running time like they're doing now with the Z9 and Z8, you would have to make the body a little bit thicker. Flip screen, I think, would be a must, because I don't know if you guys saw that there was a Nikon, I don't want to call it camp, but basically an introduction to filmmakers. They had an event, or a lot of filmmakers were invited to that, not
I
photographers.
saw that. I saw that.
And a lot of people were talking about how great the camera is and so on. So, they're going after that side. We didn't see it as photographers because most of us been focused on the photography side of things. But it was like, boom, here come these new YouTubers I've never even watched their channel before, never knew they existed. And they're all talking about the Z8 and all these great things they can do. One of the things they do also say is they wish it had a flippy screen. So we know from the Nikon side, I think the Z8 is more focused on photography, even though it can do video stuff. But it's not for that person who want to do vlogging. Well, you can, because I've done it. It's more for that person who's a content creator. You're going to have it in a gimbal. You're going to have it running around. It'll be fine. The Z6 III now has to cater to those folks to the A7 IV, the Fuji's, the Panasonic. That's the competition that camera has to stand up against. So flipping screen, I think, is going to be a must for that camera. The Z7, maybe not so much. And you guys can tell me what you think about that, because most people using that one, I personally think they'll probably increase the megapixel on that one, and they'll become the landscape photographer's camera with some good video capabilities. So landscape studio, high quality stuff. And like Diana was saying, if the sensor in the Z8 was good enough for her to like it and compare it to Hasselblad and Leicas, if Nikon take that next step, I would like to see them do something along those lines. Because a lot of people want greater image quality, greater dynamic range in the camera, and they're saying, we don't want the Z7, the same sensor in the Z7, old Z7, or the Z8 and Z9 to be in that camera. So I think Nikon has to do something different with that. And while saying that, just like yesterday, I was looking at the patent side again and saw that they have some more stack sensors that they're putting out that actually been developed, I should say. So we don't know when those coming, but we know that that's been there because I've talked about it from seeing that before. So hopefully maybe October, November, we'll see something new. I don't know. Personally, I don't think I would want a ZF at this point. There's other things they need to fill if they're going to do video. If they do a purpose-built video camera and then leave the Z3 for later on, I think that makes more sense as well.
Well, I think the thing is that I think the Z7 III, which has been talked about on Chuck's show a lot, is going to be the high end. We losing somebody here, leaving us?
Yeah, I gotta go.
John.
Oh, John. Okay, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. It's been great, and I'm sure that Chuck is feeling 100% better now.
And thank your wife for coming on.
Yeah.
For us.
Yes.
I mean,
and we'll see you next week, right, Jeff?
If the folks want it, we'll see what happens.
Absolutely.
If it's not
all
sure,
right, you guys,
have you, John.
It's supply and demand.
Care, John.
If there's no demand, there's no supply. But the Z7 III, I think, it's going to, whether it's 61 megapixels, I don't go for the 80 megapixel stuff. I think that would be kind of foolish. It's a 61 megapixel, like you said, kind of fits into the landscape photographer and the portrait photographer. You could maybe you can come up with a sensor that the dynamic range is a little bit better. I mean, I wish the manufacturers, instead of worrying about megapixel wars, which they can't seem to get away from, worry about dynamic range, worry about noise. Those are the two things that I think most people want to see improve. Not just keep jacking up the megapixels.
No.
Give us better dynamic range. Make sure we have a minimum of that in for recording. Preferably bump that up even higher. Go that route, man. I mean, in my opinion, and you want to get 80 plus megapixels, just go buy a Fuji medium format, man, and knock yourself out.
So Jeff, I have a question for you. That, by the way, great observation. We know Nikon like patterns. All right, it's a traditional company. So that observation that you made about the C6 and the C7 being launched roughly together is important. But if that is going to be the case again, would you expect a launch this fall or next spring?
Next spring.
Agree.
That's why I'm thinking.
I agree with Jeff.
Even though I don't necessarily say ZF is like the cat's meow,
Yes,
I might buy a ZF. I like vintage cameras. I like knobs and buttons. I really do. I would consider it. And the only reason I think it could sneak under the radar and sneak out isn't because everybody wants that more than a Z6 III or a Z7 III. It might only happen because it may use, other than the body, which would be a different design, it may be able to use a lot of parts that are already on the shelf in terms of the electronics inside. And so they might be able to manufacture that because the demand is going to be slower. They might be able to sneak that into the line and say they came out with something else this year, and maybe it's not going to be a fan favorite for everybody, but there are groups of people that are going to go nuts over it. And at least you put something out there, and then spring, you've had time to get enough chips, processors and stuff, and whatnot for a Z7 III and a Z6 III, and you're building up your inventory, and now you're ready to kick some behind come the springtime. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, I think that would be, so far, I mean, we can argue about the timing and how long we had to wait for stuff, but even Chuck admitted on his last show or the show before that he was critical of Nikon marketing, but he turned around and he says, and when you look at it, they did a great job. They did a great job.
Jeff, I want to say this. Your logic stands to reason for me, and here's why. A few things. Number one, the amount of sales that the Z8 is having is super impressive. Okay. Number two, Nikon needs time to answer and address the recall issues, and they're taking their time getting those things back. I've been talking to a couple of people who said they're going to get theirs back next week, and so I think that that kind of messed up the momentum a little bit on the Z8, and they are truly now ramping back up that momentum. Secondly, I don't think that they want to really introduce a Z6 III this year that might mess with the sales of the Z8 this year. Add to that, you already have a Z9 that's refurbished at only $500 more than a current Z8. So I can see your reasoning, your logic stand to reason, because I can see them wanting to introduce a $2,500 body or $2,000 body next year once they maximize on their $4,000 body and their $4,200, $300, $400 body, the Z9 coming up. So therefore, ZF might be in line. And add to this, where does that sell most in the world for Nikon? Out of the 95 or 96 countries they serve, where in the world does that sell? Are they getting the momentum for that type of body? So I kind of see the logic in what you're saying. And I just wanted to add those.
That type of body is going to sell like hotcakes in their own backyard, if you know what I mean.
Over in the Far East.
Yeah, in their own backyard. So, and you're going to have a few, to me, like for a second body, because at some point I need a second Z mount, a second Z body. And I was tempted. I almost bought the $4,500 refurb Z9 because I love my Z9 like you wouldn't believe. And I was tempted. And I'm like, yeah, but it's my second body. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, And Mozman was like wrestling me, and he had me pinned down on the ground. He says, "Jeff, don't spend the money. You don't need to spend the money." And so Mozman's been my conscience to keep me out of trouble with my spouse.
He was trying to tap out Maz. He was trying to tap out Maz.
Yeah, he was saving me, man. He
Not
was
working
saving,
though, because he just goes and he buys antique cameras instead.
you know. He saves me. But you know, if a ZF came out and it had the AF capabilities of a Z9, and maybe it only shot 10 frames a second, I wouldn't care. That would still be, and it had the knobs and everything on it. You know, so what? I set the knobs up. It's my secondary camera. I got my I throw my the future 180 to 600 on that body, and I have put my 800 PF on the Z9, and I'm ready to rock and roll, baby. I don't need nothing else. And you know, if I don't have to spend, if I can get something where I'm spending $3,000 for a body or 2,800 for a body instead of $4,000 or 4,500, I'm all for it. You know, I mean, but I am definitely, I almost pulled the trigger twice on the $4,500 refurb Z9. That was hard to hold back on, but I'm willing to wait because I'm not traveling anywhere right now, and really the only reason I would need another body, worst comes to worst, if my body died tomorrow, I could use my D850 and I got enough lenses that to buy, you know, while it gets fixed. But eventually I gotta have 2 Z bodies. It's just a matter of what's that second one gonna be, you know. I mean, a lot of you guys got Z8s to go with your Z9s. I mean, I don't think you got any complaints.
I'm not in that group yet. I plan on getting there in 2024. I'll have a Z8 probably, most likely, or a second Z9. But I love my Z9, so like you, a Z8 would be nice to have smaller. Walking around Colombia with a Z9 was kind of obvious, and it did a great job, but that was a lot to walk around in Colombia, South America.
You know, it's well, you know, if I want to be very inconspicuous, you get out the old Raleigh 35 that you could put in your shirt pocket. Nobody sees you coming with that.
Jeff and
but
Pam,
Chuck,
what do y'all think?
I know it's film, Chuck. I know it's film. Sorry.
What do you guys think the odds are of Nikon developing one of those Sony type cameras, Wayne, that have the RX 100 V7? What are the odds of Nikon developing something like that?
Not great.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't think they will.
Yeah,
I'm thinking maybe they can start with something like this. I look at that Z30 and I say, you know, you stick a fan on the Z30, make it a bit thicker. You could have something that could go to the content creator crowd. Now, do I think they're going to start with the younger generation first, or will they go to the professionals? I think they probably want to do like with the Z9, Z8, throw everything out, give something more professional. So they could do something along those lines. One of the things I saw in the patent, what they were trying to come up with a system like Sony did with the Canon did with the 100 body kind of external recording thing. I think that could work as well if they're going to do it and they want to go down that path. That would mean jumping straight into the top level stuff and competing with the Sonys, Canons, Panasonic, you know, on that level. But will we see this year? I don't know. I know there's a lot of things in the patent that's references some things along those lines. And if it ends up being that mystery camera, that other one in between Z8 and Z6 was coming out, that would be great for them. You know, that again, going back to that event that they had for content creators and filmmakers, you know, I'm pretty sure they're gathering information from those guys of what they want to see, what they want to do. Who knows if some of them have something else that they're playing with that we haven't even really thought about just yet. And then we'll see it in the next coming months that, hey, here comes Nikon now. They're in the cinema game. They have a camera that does what all the cinema guys want, along with content creators who can afford that kind of camera. But, you know, it's not really going to be more photo gear. This is going to be more on the cinema side, kind of like this beast here. With, you know, it's single shots. it does really good video and raw externally. But I think the
I'll say it
Nikon
again.
raw internally as well.
I'll
Are
say
we
it
talking about
again,
the RX
Wayne.
line or the FX line?
We're talking about both, but what I'm saying is, you know,
Okay,
when we
okay.
talk about the professional content creators, that could be on their cinema line, and of course, well, this is considered a cinema camera. It's a baby cinema camera. This is more content creator more so than a filmmaker's camera.
No, but I was just more curious what Ron was asking about, because I think he said RX, and that's different than the
Yeah.
that's obviously different than the FX.
Oh yeah, that's that little one that goes from 24 to 200, a 2.8 to f4 lens built into it. That little pocket one that goes into that thing is amazing, man. My wife uses that for her job, and I've played with it, and I'm like, oh, this is really convenient to have a little pocket thing like that. You know,
My bad, Tim.
that has that.
I was thinking more of the bigger cameras. I forgot.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I think you were
talking,
thinking of the
yeah, I was
FX.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about that RX. Thank you, Tim, for catching that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I will say this, Wayne, and to everyone else, Jeff. My son got with some other people the other day with those Z30s and the ZV10s and all of that stuff from Sony and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's here from Colombia, and it was about 5 or 6, 7 of them. They love that line, whether it be
Yes.
Nikon or Sony. That age range, those 20-some-year-olds, man, they're not thinking about the Z6 II, 6 Z8. That you guys, that's what they were into, and I mean, and they're knocking it out the park. They all are.
Well, you think about
Whether
the
they shoot Sony or
Z30s,
Nikon, they're knocking it out the park.
they
I'm sorry,
are,
Mike.
and it's the thing is, we don't think about those cameras because they have like more video specs in them. Well, people do more photography. I look at those things and say that's a great second camera to carry around to use. But for the younger generation, what Sony did with the ZV-E1, you can just select a box. You're over here. The camera will follow you as you walk in front of the screen on it. It has really awesome stabilization, much better than the R5. And you think, you know, we're saying we like the older stuff where we have the controls and so on. The younger generation just wants it to work, just like the iPhone. I'm just going to point it and shoot it, and everything else happens inside the camera.
Well, they want basically they want a camera that does everything for them. They don't want to have to think.
And that's where the industry is going, because we're old. We're going to pass on. It's not really for us. They have to start looking at the younger generation.
I ain't passing on, buddy. I'm living forever.
Or die trying.
Or die trying. Okay. Yeah. But when you think about, you know, when you were younger and you were looking at cameras and what was coming next, we were getting excited about these things that were doing more than what film stuff was doing. You know, remember when you had automatic advance in film? That was a cool feature. Autofocus and all these things that they were cool. And the guys who were shooting way before us were saying, what the heck do we need these things for? You can do all these things manual in the camera. I've been doing a professional, we've been doing all these things. Yes, but then each generation, technology improves, and those guys are going to become used to these things. I watched my grandnephew the other day basically figure out his mom's password on our iPad and started ordering stuff. They know the iPad and were teaching me stuff about the iPad that I don't even know about using. Because
so he ordered you a few more Nikon cameras, and you got to pay him off, right? Yeah. But when he's there, let me show you how this works. Okay, here you go.
And he's like, no, you can do this. You can do this. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah.
What's his email address?
Yeah. The only thing about technology ramping up like that, where it takes your choice away, is when you leave it for, I don't care what it is, AI, a computer, whatever. I want to have creative control. Now, some people feel that the cameras are smart enough, or they want a camera that's smart enough to do the creative control for them. But I want to have creative control. And right now, these cameras do so much for you already, or give you so much suggestions already, that, I mean, they're bloody amazing. They really are. I mean, but like I said, you know, a lot of people, they like the medium. One reason people like medium format is because they have like 16 stops of dynamic range. Okay, that's a big reason why people if they're doing primarily landscapes, they're not worried about whether the thing can shoot 20 frames a second. They're not out there shooting sports cars and birds. They're out there, in the Rocky Mountains. They're out there going to Yellowstone. They're going to places like that. So they want the dynamic range. But I'm gonna harp on it too much, I know, but dynamic range is where it is, man. Dynamic range and low noise images is where it's at. Cap it at 61 megapixels. Call it a day.
Or even a little less.
Improve the sensors in other ways, and do that. And like you said, Wayne, as you go, you improve the video features. You improve the resolution of the rear screen. You improve the resolution of the EVF. You do other things to make the video side of it a bit better. But when you want to get to that high-end Hollywood production type of thing, then you really need to have a purpose-built video camera.
But Jeff,
the hybrids aren't meant to replace a purpose-built video camera, in my opinion.
But Jeff, I will compliment or argue what you were saying about creative control. I think we always remain. What technology does to you is that your creative control changes with the technology, correct? So it allows you to do things differently, correct? So let's talk about, for instance, auto capture. The fact that I'm doing a lot of auto capture, correct? But that means that I had to plan for the auto capture. My creative control goes before I set the camera to do the auto capture. And at the same time, it frees me for doing something else at the same time. So with the C9, with the EVF, with the C8, correct? I was always forever, correct? Aperture priority photographer, correct?
Yeah.
I'm now fully manual, correct? Because this camera lends you to be more of a manual photography, correct? That you set you one wheel for the aperture, another wheel for the speed, and so with some auto ISO. So I think what we see here is that as technology progresses, we adapt to that technology. I don't think we lose creative control. I think we gain creative control.
Well, that was deep.
Well, I think though, like what Wayne is saying, though, the younger generation they don't want to do even what we're doing. They really want it. They want to be able to have a camera when they just want to be able to select a autofocus mode, and it's smart enough to do everything. They don't have to worry about, do I make it a big box? Do I make it a narrow box? Do I make it am I doing 3D tracking? Am I doing wide area large? Am I doing? They want something that's just a set it and forget it type of thing.
Maybe.
And
but there's something to what he said, Jeff, that's powerful. There's something to what this gentleman said to me that resonates, because when I saw my son with those 4 or 5 other creators, they didn't talk like we talk about the boxes and all of that stuff. Their energy for creativity was placed elsewhere. Their energy for creativity and innovation was, and I'm not saying it's better than us or worse than us, I'm just saying it's different. Their energy and creativity was placed into storytelling. It was placed into where they're going to set people up. It was placed into who they were going to get, the looks, the colors. They were more on a whole nother thing than the technicality of the camera. So I think there's something to be said for what this gentleman is highlighting. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, because when I watched, I was saying, man, these kids are speaking Greek as far as I'm concerned, because I know what to do with the camera from my point of view, but they're not even as trained as I am, but they're still doing great work and knocking it out the park. So I'm just saying to you, sir, that there's a lot to what you just said about that. But where technology is forcing our creativity to be different than it was.
Yeah, when you have a camera, and no matter what the price point of the camera, depending on what your subject matter is and what you're trying to accomplish, the best camera is the one that when you have it in your hand, you you get so in tune, you're able to get so in tune with it that you don't have to think about what you're doing. It just comes natural.
Yeah.
And you just know what to do. You're just, whether you're flipping a switch or moving a knob or making a change, you're not even consciously having to think about it anymore.
Exactly.
You just know you have to do it.
You and me.
Mhm.
You and me. Yeah,
know?
we think like that. It was scary, Jeff. I watched my son make an animated video of me golfing and went in less than 6 minutes. I was like, you got Z30 with the power zoom, my 12 to 28 power zoom.
Oh yeah.
And he took that thing, put it in his phone, and in 6 minutes, I was looking like a cartoon character golfing.
Well,
And I
Ron,
said,
when your club round always hits the ground and stops, it's not hard. When you never get in a full swing, they only got to work half as hard, right? It's all this.
well, I wasn't even swinging, Jeff. I was just stretching. If you go to my Facebook, you'll see it or whatever. I just couldn't believe it. I said, I'm watching this in real time. This happened in 6 minutes. And I said, this ain't even fair, man. The way they're going now is like, okay, Nikon, you better hurry up and get to that generation hard. You better catch up with Sony and all of them and get to that generation hard, man.
Let me add this.
Keep producing. Mm-hmm.
If you think about a pilot in the old days, before autopilot was invented, that workflow was a lot. You had to do a lot of switches and so on to make things work, right? Now we got cameras and the same thing. If they're taking out some of those manual things that we need to do, out of the camera, making it so much easier. A lot of guys, like on the screen right now and in the chat, who want to do video but are confused about the 180 shutter and all these other things that they talk about. You don't have to even worry about that anymore, because now the camera is taking away a lot of that workflow for you. And as you said before, Jeff, you take the camera you're using it and you don't have to worry about anything. You flip a couple switches and it just gets everything done. This is what the younger generation want, and it will work for us as well. If you're saying, hey, I want to do some video, but how do I do this stuff? I don't know about all these things. And then you have that ZVE1 on one of these cameras. All you do is just turn it on, and stability is already there. Autofocus is great. You don't have to worry about all the stuff anymore. Now your workflow has gone down from here down to here. It makes it easier. And then a lot more people who've been afraid of video are now just going to go over there easily, because they don't have to worry about learning all these new, what's I'm looking for, buzzwords that the video guys use that we know in photography, because we've been doing the photography thing for years. Because when I got this stuff in shooting and log and so on, I tried it on the Nikon side, but I just couldn't get the editing right, couldn't figure it out. And then the Sony stuff, they already had it. It was done. It was pretty simple and easy to edit. But now if you have this stuff where Fuji's doing it, let's say Fuji or Panasonic, where basically they're processing the LUTs inside the camera. It's already baked into the footage. When you get it into computer, you don't have to worry about, let me color grade or anything. You already have your LUT set on the camera. The footage comes out. You just eliminated a couple minutes, hours, depending on your skill set, of what you would do for editing to get that look, because the camera does it inside the camera. Done.
So what that does is open the funnel. So you have a larger group of potential users. But I believe that at the end of that funnel, correct, there will still be people that will use, in the new generation, the way we use the cameras as well, correct, which is trying to get the maximum out of that. But that initial funnel is larger now than it was when we were starting photography 30, 40 years ago.
Yep. That's the key. It's getting more people in to sell more gear, right? We don't think about that aspect, but if you get some people who want the basic stuff, and then you say, oh, you know what, I like this stuff, but I want a bit more control, then you for the next level stuff, you're going to get the next level stuff.
Do you think, Jeff, and may I ask this question, do you think that's what part of what Nikon guys, do y'all think that's part of what Nikon suffered from when it first came out? Because Sony had gotten to that point, Wayne and Gustavo and Roy, that they had gotten to that point where they were making it it could drive itself and didn't need a driver. But Nikon took some time to get there, that it was on autopilot.
Use.
Yeah. I think let me go back a little bit. The last couple of weeks, I've been looking at some of my old Z6 images, right? And we talk about how the irises are not. I have said it that the iris is not all that great. If you are practicing proper technique, because I've seen my old stuff with the 70 to 200, I'm like, dang, I got some really steady stuff out of this. Not walking, let me get that out. Not walking, but just normally holding, panning, and so on. I've gotten great stuff out of my Z6. I look at my old videos, I'm like, what was wrong? And I don't know if it was when I applied that firmware upgrade when I was doing my talking head videos. That's when I started to notice more issues where the camera would lose focus on my face. In the beginning, there was sometimes it could do it, but it seemed to start doing it more and more after that update. So it could have been something along with that. But knowing that I'm just sitting here, the light is fine, it shouldn't be hunting. The Z8 doesn't do that, which I'm happy with. So far, I haven't seen an issue utilizing in that sense. But the Z6 is actually great for video as well, if it has great light, I would say. And I know I found something on Nikon's site, I think it was a Japanese site, where they talked about for video, the 1.8 lenses work much better. 35, 20, 50 millimeter, 85. And they showed footage of that stuff where it wasn't hunting, it was just working really well. But I'm pretty sure the newer Z mount lenses, because I've seen video from Verhagen and Z-Wade on that 85 1.2, focus breathing is down to nothing. Video tracking, face tracking is like awesome. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see some updated lens come out as well that can help with that. But again, Z6 II with probably some of these newer lenses will probably do better. If anyone still want to get a Z6 II.
So I want to go back to Jeff's point. Jeff, as long as it has the X-Speed 7 in it, I think Nikon will be okay if they don't do a Z6 III. I think they should have a Z6 III relatively soon. Yes. But as long as they have the X-Speed 7 processor and whichever body they come out with, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, and we don't even know, like, really the need for the X-Speed 7 processor was partially you needed the X-Speed 7 because you were getting rid of the mechanical shutter. You were going with a shutterless camera. Your scan rate on your processor was a lot faster. You had a lot more data going through the camera than you did before. So you needed a faster processor chip. So that's where whether Nikon uses an X-Speed, I think they will use an X-Speed 7 just due to the power of buying more of the same thing is going to save them money. But whether they would really need the X-Speed 7 processor is going to depend on whether those other camera bodies have stacked sensors in them or not, and whether those cameras don't have mechanical shutters in them or not. Because depending on how they design those cameras, I mean, if they keep the trend going to kind of fall in line with the Z8, and knock a few features down a little bit and have a few different features, then I'm sure it's going to have the Speed 7 chip in it. And what I'm not sure, 100% sure, is are they all going to be? At what point are they? How far down in the chain of camera bodies are they going to do no mechanical shutter and have the sensor shield with the high speed, the higher speed, the X-Speed 7 chip, and the fast sensor scanning rate, because that's what allows them to not have that problem where your fan blades look like they're noodles, when they're spinning around. So how far down the chain and the price point are they going to carry that technology down, and then where are they going to kind of say these three bodies down here is going to get the more of the old tech? I don't think they should do that, but it all comes down to the price too. When you start putting stuff that's in a $4,000 or $5,500 camera, and you put it in and you try to put it all into a camera that costs $2,000, that's going to cause you problems.
Exactly.
You have to have a differentiation in product between the $2,000 camera and the $4,000 camera.
Yeah, if they did like Sony, that would cause some problems where now you have some overheating issues. shoving that what's it called, the A7R3 sensor inside that ZV-1. But I gotta go, guys. I wanted to sign off. I have an event happening when already late. I didn't realize. I want to capture some stuff here in Mongolia. It's not the independence thing going on for the next week or so, so I'm trying to capture some images from over here. So let me run. The wife's looking at me like, what's going on? We should be left out. So we'll talk.
Hey, thanks for being part of the celebration and well-wishing for Chuck. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully we will have some word from Chuck next week. I definitely look forward to seeing you, Jeff. If Chuck is not on, send out the invite. I'll be in.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care, guys.
Happy shooting. Go out and get some good stuff, man.
I gotta roll too, Jeff. I gotta go take care.
Okay,
See you, Wayne.
But it's been amazing, guys. Thank you, guys. Blessings, everybody. And again, blessings to Chuck as he gets well.
Yeah, thanks so much, everybody. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for coming.
See you, Ron. Take care.
Okay.
I'm going to step out also, Jeff.
Abandoning ship.
Anyway, yeah. Maybe before the ship sinks. Anyway,
before the ship sinks, I'm running out of fingers to plug the holes here. Oh, we got Z-Wade in the background. Sorry, Zach, I didn't see you in there. We're gonna bring you in.
Oh no, anyway, it's fine, Jeff. Whatever.
When I leave,
see, you're not in my peripheral vision because I have the view of a 50mm lens, and I need to have like the 35 to be able to see that part of my screen.
That's okay, Jeff. I have the vision of a lens that's just consistently out of focus. So,
David, have a good one. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, it was no problem, and I'm looking forward to Chuck's recovery.
Yes, we all are. Sooner the better.
Yeah.
And I'll be in contact with you and Tim next week.
Sounds good.
Sounds good, David. Take care.
Looking forward to more of Gustavo's holiday photos. Right.
Take care.
Hey, Chuck, I gotta go. Or Jeff, I gotta go, man. It's been. No, I'm just kidding. You see,
hey, I got the power to make you go with one click, man.
I just called you. I just called you Chuck, man. I'm glad Chuck's in recovery because the habit's
He
already
probably
there.
didn't hear that.
No, I know the resemblance is uncanny.
Especially the hair.
Yeah.
Spot on. Yeah. Hey, Maz, did you see that comment that I made about my experience with Axoon?
Yeah, I saw that. I actually commented back, but I did it from my phone, so I couldn't at you. But you think that the opposite would be true?
Yeah, they had the audacity. Like, I sent them an email, and it wasn't total Karen mode, but it was pretty nasty. Like I said, my experience using your product has been a circus. And, I kept it as professional, but as mad as I could be. And they didn't respond. And then they had the audacity to email me. It's like, yeah, would you like to feature our product on your channel? And I just resent them the original email, and I haven't heard back in like weeks.
You should have done it realistically.
Yeah.
Send
them the link to the video where you feature them.
Well, I didn't actually. I didn't buy it to like review the product. I bought it because I didn't want to spend because see, the thing is, when you get like an Atomos, it's a really raw deal, right? And so with the amount of money that you pay, like it showed up and it was like just the monitor, no memory, no batteries, no nothing, no cables, nothing. You get the monitor. And so I didn't want to do that. And so I was like, I'll try out this Axoon Cine 2, which is a cool idea. It doesn't need a cable. It just sends the video to your phone, at least on paper. But it doesn't actually perform that task. And so, they had the audacity to do that. And I have to say this, too. You know who else is bugging me? I'm calling you out now because I told you I was going to. Kingjoy, don't ever send me an email about your crummy tripods. Ever again. They've sent me 5 this week. Hey, would you like to collaborate? I'm like, no, already sent you my terms. Hey, would you like to collaborate? The same guy. That's my rant. That's my Zach rant.
There you go, Zach.
There you go. There you go.
Had to buy 3 to get one that worked.
Yeah, no good.
instead of buy 2 get 1 free, you bought 2 got 1 that actually works.
Yeah.
Maybe
Buy
if you
3,
put
get
all
1
the
that works.
parts together, you'll get something good out of it. Anyway,
And here, Zach, I'll hit a topic that you'll love to jump on. 35 millimeter f1.2 lens.
yes,
Two
baby,
questions.
please.
Two questions.
Say it slow, Jeff.
Who is it for? And what genre is going to use it the most?
I just hit
Great
that in my live
photographers.
stream last night. We talked about the 35 1.2 and the 135. For me, I'm kind of weird because at least in my area, you don't see a lot of scenic portraits, and I love scenic portraits. And that's why I've always had a 35, but I didn't love the 35 1.8. I didn't like its performance compared to other 35s. It was just kind of slow, but I love the 50-1.2 and the 85-1.2. And so I actually, yeah, sure, street photography and things like that. But for me, the 35-1.2 is going to be my scenic portrait lens. It will literally go to every single portrait session, you know?
28?
No,
What's on
I
28?
don't have a 28.
Ah,
Nikon doesn't make a 28 in the Zs.
they will. I hope.
They have, I mean, they have the 26, which is close. The 24 is close, but I don't know if you guys saw this on the 24. I thought the fro was just like, you know, taking random poops again. But the backgrounds the out of focus backgrounds do look kind of funny on that lens, and it's not apparent on the 20.
I never liked the AFG version either.
Yeah. The G version of the 20 was good.
Of the 24.
Yeah, the 24. I actually never shot. I never shot the 24G. I haven't shot the 24-1.8 either. That's one of the few Z lenses I haven't tried. But I started looking whenever the Fro was talking about that. I went on Flickr and started looking, and I was like, oh yeah, like the ridge lines and stuff of like a ridge line in the background. Like if you look at the mountain, the trees look stupid. They look like bad models that were like painted by kindergartners. They look really funky, and I don't know why. I don't know what causes that.
User error, probably.
Maybe, but
the guy with the paintbrush, his arm got a little tired.
Yeah,
doing those trees.
But yeah, no, the 35-1.2 will also probably, as you can see with the 20 millimeter, like I don't have a lot of space, and the 20 millimeter is on me right now. And it's just a tad wide, you know, and it's not that far away. And so if I bring it any closer, then I'm going to start having focusing issues. I mean, it's literally maybe 14 inches away from my face. And so
I don't think it's meant to be used as a webcam.
The what?
I don't think the 20 is meant to be used in this way.
No, it's just, it's definitely not. But in my YouTube office space, everything else I have is like too long. And so like the 50 doesn't work. It's basically out in the hallway.
Oh,
and your battery died. But I think the 35 will probably be what I do all my YouTube videos with, and it will literally go to every portrait shoot. But using 35s for portraits isn't particularly common, at least not amongst my local group of photographer friends, you know.
Well, I think the 35. Well, it's funny because I had another question that leads into talking about 50 millimeter lenses, but the 35 millimeter to me, it's not wide enough for landscapes to me. It's not quite wide enough for that. But it's good for street photography. And the thing is, it's not so wide where you get a lot of distortion. If you got a person in the image frame, you could get close. You could focus close with that 35, and they're not going to have a face that looks like an egg or
yeah.
You know, so you're going to have very little or no distortion taking pictures of people at the close focusing range of that lens, and it's going to give you that extra, just enough extra width to give you more of the elements around the person, you know. So I think because I went and I looked back, like I said, kind of leaning into the 50s a little bit. I went and I looked back on all the rangefinder cameras I have, and here's what I came up with. I mean, I don't have dozens of rangefinder cameras, but I had, and most of these cameras that I have were from the, let's say, the mid 40s to 1960s, 65-ish, something like that. So I had one that had a 38 millimeter lens on it. These are all 35 millimeter cameras. I had one that had a 38 millimeter lens on it. One had a 40, one had a 44, four had a 45, and four had a 50. And then when you look back at the TLRs, which I know Roy's not a big fan of, but you look at the Raleigh Flexes when they had 75 millimeter lenses, the crop factor on a 6x6 is like 0.55. So that 75 millimeter lens was the equivalent of like a 41 millimeter lens in a 35 millimeter camera. So it's interesting that a fair amount of lenses on rangefinders were in that 40 millimeter range,
Yeah. That's something I've mentioned. It's like, 40 millimeter. I'm glad that Nikon came out with the 40 millimeter f2, which, by the way, is an exceptional lens, not just at its price. It's an exceptional lens at above its price, right?
Agreed.
And I like that because I've always liked 40 just a tad. Now this doesn't apply to the 51 too, but as far as the focal length, I've always liked 40 just a tad better than 50. And so, but you don't see 40s that much anymore, and they used to be super common.
Yeah.
And you just don't see them anymore. So I was excited, like when Nikon announced that, I was like, oh, cool, like a 40. Like that's kind of like it's just not popular. Like nobody's like, oh, I wish I had a 40. And
well, that's why I think the 35 will be good, because that's that's a little closer to 40 than 40 is to 50.
And there's a big difference too. Like really, when you look at 24 and 35, it's not that much of a difference as far as like the things you'll get in the frame. You could step forward or step backward, but when you're doing the scenic portraits like I like to do, there's a big difference in how the images come out. So whenever you put your focus point, and I don't usually do the eye tracking with the Z9 or the Z8 whenever I'm doing wide angle portraits, because it's just a little bit more of a struggle. And so you go into single point, and it just always seems like the wider you get, even though the difference between 35 and 24 or 20 is a little more drastic, but the frame is not that much different if you step forward.
Yeah.
But the wide angle lenses, as far as portraits go, they're just always a little bit more dirty, but like with a 35, you get that same kind of crispness that you get like with like a 50 or a 40 or an 85, whatever. But when you start doing the portraits with the real wide angles, they just get dirty really quick. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed that.
What I noticed, and I want you guys to comment, because obviously, I'm more in the long telephoto range most of the time, but I noticed that, for instance, this lens here, this is the 20 millimeters 2.8, all lens, D lens, okay? Oh, let me see. Goes this way. Okay?
There you go.
This is one of my favorite lenses. Okay, I have other generations of zoom, the 14 to 24, but this 20 millimeter, every time that I'm trying to do some landscape, I put this on, or I used to put this on, and the world looked different to me through that lens. Correct. So it's like there is a specific focal length that kind of matches your brain better and allows your creativity to flow. I have it with this lens. So that's why I still carry this D lens. Correct. So small one. It used to be very popular with National Geographic photographers in the old time. I don't know, Roy, you as a historian of lenses, this lens was fantastic in his time. But to me, the world looked different through this lens. I want to try the C version of the 20 millimeter, but this 2.8 was fantastic.
What were you going to say, Roy? You started something.
Oh, I was talking about the Fuji S5, and it's got a special sensor in it that has not just one size photo sites, but big ones and little ones. So you've got dynamic range and speed and everything else combined.
Oh, interesting.
It's got a really interesting sensor in there that gives lovely skin tones, and I can't get rid of it. I'm going to keep it forever. You know, I have that a lot.
Yeah, Roy, we know you don't get rid of anything.
I got rid of the Z7 II I had.
But something else that excites me about the 35-1.2 is, you know, once I got the 50-1.2, that's where I discovered like specifically shallow depth of field photography, like shooting photography from the perspective of intentionally getting as shallow of a depth of field as possible. And it's not as, I mean, it's cool with the 85-1.2, but I still prefer doing that kind of specific work on the 50 because you get just like a little bit more of the surrounding area. And I think the 35-1.2 is going to be a lot of fun, specifically with the like ultra narrow depth of field. You know, get as close as you can to get as narrow as you can, but you still have like a big frame, right? So to kind of scale down your subject a little bit. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for that.
Yeah, I've always carried the 50 and 55-1.2s in the old AIS, and I love the shallow depth of field in them, but they never were very sharp, wide open.
Yeah.
Not like the new 50.
Yeah.
Well,
for low light.
Jumping ahead to the 50, you know, obviously, God, going back to the 70s now. I mean, think back in the 70s or early 70s or whatever. I mean, the 50s were always promoted as the normal lens. You know, this is the normal lens.
It came with the cameras.
You know, it can't. Yeah, it was like that was the one lens that would be coming with the camera body, or you could get it for an extra $50. So you couldn't resist it. You'd get that 50mm lens because they said, well, it's approximates the human visual perspective. Reproduces the faces the way we see it when we're looking at a person, and so on and so forth. The angle of view is similar to what our eyes see, and so that was always the quote unquote selling point of getting the 50 for that reason. But I think over the years, the 50mm lens became didn't sell anywhere near as well as it used to. You know, you get out because a lot of companies would now package their cameras with short zooms that would cover that 50mm range, you know. And
early zooms are terrible though.
Yeah, and one could argue primes over zooms. You know, obviously there's benefits and disadvantages to those.
Well, to that point, interestingly enough, Jeff, it's pretty recent that zooms would give like a prime like a run for their money as far as like optical quality and rendition and all of the things that make a great lens great.
Yeah,
it's really only been in the Z mount that I've looked at the 24-70 and be like, yeah, that is. I mean, if we're talking, you know, f4. Let's not run an f1.2 or an f1.8. Let's not use a f1.8 to f1.8 and then a zoom at 2.8. Let's set them to both like f4, and you're like, it is really hard to see a difference. And it was not. It literally 6 years ago that wasn't the case. You know.
Well, my walk around lens, and my friend just bought a Z8 not too long ago, and he always heard me raving about the 24-120 f4. And he bought one, and we did some street photography not too long ago. And you know, he looked at his images when he got home, and the next time we got together, he says, you know, those images were just so fantastic. He says, I can't believe it. And I go, yeah, I mean, that is my walk around lens for street photography. Is that
the old AFS 24-120 wasn't that good?
No, the old one well, bluntly speaking, stunk.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Video people liked it, and not many else.
You know, I'll be the first to say the old one was not very good, but the one now, I mean, it's amazing. That even wide open, corner to corner. I mean, it's sharp. Now, for some people, they don't always want sharp. I mean, you're not talking like you said, you're not talking a 1.2 or a 1.8, and you're not going to have the same bokeh effect that you're going to have on a prime that's a 1.2 or a 1.8. But I mean, in terms of, for street photography though, and having it so,
travel,
that building corner to corner, that whole section of the street is sharp corner to corner. I mean, it's phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal.
I think the 24 to 70 f4 is probably very slightly sharper, but not enough to worry about.
Yeah. I mean, but I just wonder how many people, other than like you're saying, Zach, the people that want that 1.2 lens or want that creamy bokeh, they want to have it where you got your model and everything else just kind of fades away. How many people are really buying 50s?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I think a bunch of people bought the 50 1.8Z but early on because that's all you could really get. That was really the only game in town. And that's a crazy good lens, by the way. I mean, it is wicked fast. And the only reason I don't have it, I literally got rid of it whenever the day I ordered the f1.2. But yeah, you're right. Nobody's really buying 50s,
So what about that 35 millimeter for astrophotography? Yeah, is going to be popular with them or not?
With
the
who?
35 1.2.
The 35 1.2.
With Astro?
Yes.
I don't think it's wide enough.
Oh, they prefer to go in the 20 or wider.
They like I know
24, 20.
24,
20, 24, 14 even.
So, Tim, what did you use in your latest outing?
I was probably, I did some different kinds of astro. I did Milky Way, but I also did Star Trails. For Star Trails, I was at 14 millimeter.
Wow.
So for Milky Way, I took a bunch, and I changed my range. I even did some Milky Ways, and I still have yet to process my images. I just haven't had time, but I did some Milky Ways at just a section of the Milky Way, some really cool foregrounds at 50 mil. So
they the most popular. I don't know if it's still the case, but at least up until recently, the most popular astro lens that I knew of, I mean, it seemed like everybody had it, was actually a Nikon. I think it was like a 16 millimeter, and it was a great lens. It wasn't that expensive, and I mean, they made it in every single mount. It
was cheap.
Yeah, it's a 14. I think it's about $800.
Is it that much now?
Yeah.
Gosh, I thought they were like $500 whenever my dad bought one.
Well, there's two. There's a 2.8 that's much cheaper.
Okay, that's probably the one he's got. But yeah, it's super popular. I mean, everybody had them. Canon shooters, Nikon shooters, you name it. Sometimes you get that with those. I guess we used to call them like knockoff companies, but like Takina, they had the 100 millimeter that was just like slaughtered everybody, but everything else was junk. And then like Nikon they had this astro lens that everybody loved.
Now, do you tend to look at the okay, let's say this is not pick on Z-Way night, but from your but you do a lot of portrait photography, obviously. Do you think that what fits your style more, or what would fit your style more? The 85 1.2 or the 135 1.8?
So I tackled this a little bit on my live stream last night, and traditionally I have always been in favor of a 135 over an 85. I just feel like the face is just most eyes aren't going to see the difference in like how the roundness of a face with an 85 versus a 135, but I'm plagued with this pixel peeping, these pixel peeping eyes, and I see these things, and I've just always had just a tad, about that much preference for 135. In fact, even in the last days of my DSLR days and the beginning of my Z-mount days, my most common portrait lenses were the 105 f2.5 manual focus lens and the 135
Curry lens.
Yeah, and then the 135 3.5. I did reviews on those, and I just couldn't put them. I just couldn't put them down. And look at that. Oh, that's the 135
That's the
defocus.
DC.
Yeah, yeah. The king of
I love
portrait
that lens.
Yeah, but I shot the I can't quite remember if I did the 105 or the 135, but I think I determined last night it was a 105 that I played with at one point, and that was a lot of fun. But what I determined last night is that, like, I love the 85 1.2 so much. I mean, it goes way beyond its aperture. It's just the feel of that lens. It just looks good. If the 135 looks as good as that, if it's got that like sweetness to it, then I decided last night what I'll end up doing is, okay, last time I took the 85 1.2, next time I'll take the 135. And then last time I took the 135, I'll take the 85 1.2, unless I specifically need 1.2. But at the same time, like 1.2 and 1.8, as far as light gathering ability, it's not that much.
No,
it's like nothing. And
it's nothing with today's sensors and everything. It's irrelevant.
Yeah. I use the 1.2 for the the look that I get out of it, not for the light gathering ability, because I'm always using flash anyway. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because I'm going to end up with both of them, and I kind of want them to drop at the same time, but at the same time I don't, because I'm only prepared for one. I mean, I've said like 100 times I don't carry credit on photography gear because it's not my business. YouTube is my photography business, not going out, right? So it's not like a business loan and I buy a lens, and so it's like I only have allocated in a sinking fund for one of them, right? And so if they both drop at the same time, it's like, now I have to choose, I'm definitely going to end up with both of them. Nikon stagger them a little bit, I think. Give me a month.
Nikon's always made good 135s though. Way back, even the AIS ones and pre-AI ones are all very good.
Just saying, and I don't want to spoil this future live stream because I have like 14 weeks worth of live stream topics, but just since we're talking about like that kind of longer telephoto for portraits, Nikon, I desperately want a 180 in the Z mount. If you can recreate that magic of like the 180 like AFD or whatever, please give me that. Please. That lens is so crazy beautiful. Even manual focusing, like on a FTZ, oh my gosh, you almost can't beat that look. It's so good.
I mean, I've held off on buying an 85 because I don't per se, I don't do a lot of portraits. I still have F mount glass. I still have my 85 in F mount, and
is that the 85 1.8?
No, I got the
1.4.
That's the 1.4. Which I think Chuck doesn't like that one.
I don't think Roy does either. I shot both of them. But see, I didn't even like the 1.8G version, but I like the 85D version, 1.8D. Really like that lens.
But I haven't gotten rid of it. It's just not cost effective for me to get rid of it.
Yeah.
But I am definitely intrigued to maybe get the 135 when it comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's kind of a good spot, because that could be an exceptional lens that you use on the rare occasion that you do a portrait. But at the same time, it's just long enough that, like, if you're walking out to location and you happen to see like a pretty flower or something, or if you happen to see like a squirrel or a rabbit or something that's, not way out there, you could jump up and pop one of those off, real quick. And then when you get where you're going, you throw on your fancy lens, your 600.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I mean, what do you think what do you guys think that 1.8 will be priced at?
Between 12 and 15. That's what I'm thinking. I think they're going to do more. The most expensive 1.8, I think, is the 20 millimeter still. It's like right at like $1,000.
Yeah.
And I think Nikon will blow my mind and make me very happy if they price it around there, because after all, it is a 1.8. But I just don't think they're going to, just because it's like a telephoto. And so I'm thinking on the lower end, probably 1199.96 or 1196.99 or whatever. And then at the top end, maybe 15. If they try to pull like a $2,000 thing, it's gonna upset me.
Yeah, well,
I can't see that going that high.
They won't sell a lot of them for that.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I thought that with everyone was saying if the 85 1.2 is $3,000, they can keep it. I'm like, you might want to shoot it first.
Well, how much is the Canon one? Like 1,800 or something?
Canon's everything is like way more expensive, or at least it was. Their macro lens on sale was the same price as Nikon's.
Yep.
So I imagine that's actually a good point, Moz, because if theirs is 18 and Nikon has a tradition in their mirrorless line to beat them on price in pretty much every product, and so maybe 15 would be a good way to slap them in the face while still maximizing the amount of money they can reasonably charge.
They've been pretty good about slapping people in the face for a while now.
The Z8 was like a kick in between the legs. Honestly. And I know people are doing the same. The same people that are complaining about the price of the 85 are the same people complaining about the price of the Z8, and they haven't shot either of them. And it's really hard to argue both of their prices. It's like, where else are you going to get the Z8 guts right now? But I love that about Nikon, like with the Z line, is they're challenging everybody on their prices. They really are. Whether the people compete is to be determined.
Yeah.
But
I mean, Canon's been having, and Tim's been the beneficiary of it, but Canon had really slashed their prices for a while on a lot of stuff. Almost like they were getting nervous with Nikon and felt that they had to like have a miniature fire sale for a while to keep things moving.
And I was surprised at the I'm actually really proud of consumers of this day. People are willing to spend more than they ever have before, but not getting political. Guys, do not get political in the comments. But you saw it with the Bud Light fiasco. The consumer now is stepping up more than they ever have, and I was shocked to see the exodus away from Canon with that whole third party thing. Like, I didn't think people would really do what they did. I thought they'd be disappointed, but people were actually like throwing up like the middle finger to Canon over that. Like, the consumers are speaking through their actions these days, and I think that's like kind of an awesome thing,
in words or in reality, because people may voice their opinion, but do you think they really walk away from Canon? I don't know.
There was Canon's sales absolutely tanked in the time after that whole like no third party mount thing. I mean, they went from they were in like top 5 on some of their cameras, and they just totally fell off the list at like totally
Shouldn't
fell
have
off the
happened. Shouldn't work like that, should it?
No.
Well, the consumers are driving the market now.
Very fickle. Fickle consumers.
So what do you think, guys? Are we going to see a 200 macro lens at one point or not?
Be good. The old one's brilliant.
I never used the old one. I mean, I think it would be I think it'd be awesome to have. For sure.
Probably it because of well, you know, I mean, they have a pretty good lineup now. I mean, we couldn't say that 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
200 is more of a bug lens anyway.
I mean, I think they'll come out with something like that, but it's, you know, in terms of the priority of what they do, it's going to be more towards the bottom, you know.
Roy, how long ago was that?
Good.
How long ago did they have the 200 macro?
They've always had one.
Did they have one like a G series?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know they had a 200 G series macro.
I've
That's
got the AFD one.
That's kind of how I've been determining.
That might be the last one.
I think it is.
Let's look it up, guys.
Yeah, that's kind of how I've been determining like what Nikon's going to do with like the Z mount. Because like stuff that they didn't bother making a G for, I see that way down the road in like the Z mount, like way down the road. But the things that they made in G that were that people actually used, you know, like those have got to come out first, right? That's why like I actually expect a 200 millimeter G within the next like 3 years, or a 200 millimeter
like
Z.
The D was the last one.
Because Roy is correct as usual, because I think the 105 macro, the Z mount, a fantastic lens, but you try to get a B or a hoverfly with that you can see a lot of detail, you have to be 30 centimeters apart. Okay,
you have to get too close and it doesn't work.
So the 200 macro brings you some working distance. Correct, you can be 40, 60 centimeters apart, and then you still get a good reproduction size.
You can put a teleconverter on the 105 by putting a small extension ring in between.
Yeah, I have to use your extension tubes, get your Kenkos out.
No, you can put a teleconverter as well on the 105 by using the extension ring.
Well, didn't I thought somebody said you couldn't put a tele on the 105.
You can't directly, no. It won't. It's designed not to accept the teleconverter.
Yeah,
that's right.
So I'm determined.
That's booty cheeks.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, you know.
They don't want to ruin the image or something.
Let me ruin my own image. At least let me try it.
what about this is actually something that I wanted to ask Jeff. That rumor that the Canon is community have about that kind of universal teleconverter that goes from 1.0 basically
teleconverter
exactly to 1.4 to 2. That would be fantastic. I mean,
that's pretty cool.
That would, so that you don't have to change your teleconverters. You just put one converter and you have everything. You think that's feasible, Roy? And
it's
what
possible,
do you think?
But the thing is, it's going to be even softer than a normal teleconverter, isn't it? I prefer something that's more fixed.
No, that's the way Nikon is going, and we know for the people that has those lenses, the 400 and the 600, that it works fantastic. And I'm now a believer of the Z 1.4 and the Z 2.0. But having all that in one module.
Oh no. Yeah, I think you confuse us. I think you were talking about a variable teleconverter.
They are.
Variable teleconverter versus one built into a lens. We got confused. I think you were talking about
the lens are brilliant.
The ones that are built into the lens
they're fantastic.
The lens, and they're perfect. They're really good.
Yeah. No, but if I understood, that's what I'm maybe incorrect. That it will be, when you put a converter, it brings an optical element in front into the path of the light. Correct?
Yeah.
That this supposed to be new teleconverter from Canon is basically have multiple lenses, basically no lens, position 1. Position 2 will be 1.4 with its own optical, and then position 3 will be a 2.0, but it's different series of lenses. It will be obviously a big chunky TC, but if they can master that, I mean, wow, that would be great.
Time will tell.
Be interesting. I don't know if I want it, but it'd be interesting.
Well, it's going to come down to size and weight, and cost. Yeah, and right now, unfortunately, when Canon's been putting out new stuff, they've been pricing it like extremely high.
Yes.
It would have to be good. I can see Nikon, like if everybody starts making their own version of that, Nikon will be the last one, because I mean, at least as long as I've been in Nikon doesn't really put out stuff that's not like, if it didn't work exceptionally well, like if there was any kind of like, because it's more moving parts, right? And so it's more things that can go wrong. It's more complex to design. I don't know. I've heard about this with Canon, but I imagine Nikon will be the last one to do it. But it'll probably be the
tend to watch what everyone else does first before they try something.
Yeah, but when they come out with one, it's going to be really darn good.
They'll get it right.
Well, yeah. Sometimes it's better to be last, because you watch everybody else flounder about for a while and struggle with the first version, and then come out with version 2. That's the new improved version. And you let them. I mean, this is an old thing that manufacturers do this all the time. Let the other guy use his R&D money.
Yeah.
Develop it. Let him make the mistakes. Let him fix the mistakes. We sit there and we watch this whole thing, and then we say, okay, now it's at the point where they got it enough where we could just give it that one more tweak, and we could do it ourselves, and we didn't spend anywhere near the amount of money they did to do it.
That's the exact methodology of American space flight. You let the government spend all the money to get it done, and then you turn it over to the entrepreneurs to improve it and make it cheaper.
Yeah,
science by committee.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, Apple does that too, correct?
Well, I mean,
Apple
the only
just
ones that
puts out
can
the same thing over and over again and charges more money for it.
I used to like Apple until they changed. They changed their philosophy.
I mean, somebody always has to be first, but sometimes you have the ones that want to be first, and then they risk they because they want to be first so bad, they just throw something out there that they know isn't quite ready yet.
That's right.
Very Titanic
And
submersible.
sometimes it burns their behind, and sometimes they react quick enough with another version where they save themselves, and everybody says, "Yeah, they were first, so I'm going to go with them." Because now version 2's out and it ain't that bad, so they forget about version 1. But
there's benefits. There's benefits to both sides. I mean, look at. I mean, Sony was the first one to really take mirrorless like really seriously, and so like they picked up a lot of customers early on, but at the same time, on the backside of that, look how fast Canon caught up. Canon caught up before Nikon did. And so there's benefits to both. It's like Sony kind of, at least to my eyes, looks like the innovator, and so that's a good thing to kind of have in your pocket.
Probably all the Minolta people they inherited.
Yeah, they inherited a good crew of people, because I'm sure they didn't fire any of them because they didn't have that talent at their end.
Right.
They had to use the Minolta people, and I'm a big Minolta fan. I loved Minolta cameras back in the day.
Very clever company.
Yeah, they did not get the credit they deserved for a lot of the stuff they did. They were the first out with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we should actually probably thank Sony for not grabbing the guys that used to make boom boxes and be like, "Hey, can you make these cameras?" Remember when you used to make Walkmans that lasted 2 years? How do you feel about designing optics? But yeah, there's definitely benefits and drawbacks. Me personally, like it kind of seems like I've always kind of gotten into the brands of like almost anything that's like a little smaller, and they tend to they just kind of tend to be a little slower on as far as like innovating goes, but they're like good product. I mean, like with everything.
Well,
Even back in my skateboarding days.
A lot of what they have now, though, their lenses are cutting edge.
Especially
Their lenses, because of their wider mount, have the capabilities, if designed right, are always going to be better than the other guys, just because of a physics point of view.
Yeah, I've mentioned that before. That's actually one of the exciting things about the Z mount is technically, if Nikon puts the money into it, into like the lens development, everybody else will have to change their mount before Nikon does.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so, like, if they want to innovate and keep that, and it's obviously helping Nikon keep the prices of fantastic lenses, below everybody else as well. It must be easier for them to make they claim it's easier to make optics for it, and it seems apparent because they're not going to like lose money on every lens, and so that's kind of exciting.
The 800 is a fantastic lens.
Oh God, I want to shoot it.
That lens, I mean, I can tell you I have 2 different 500 f4, a 600 f4, and this 800 6.3 in the new cameras is the best wildlife photography lens that I have.
And Maz, you had the 800 for like a short period of time, didn't you?
We shared the same.
They have to be the same lens that Gustavo has now.
Oh. How'd that work out, Maz? I don't know if I ever got the full story. Did you just like didn't see yourself using it, or?
No, I really do love it. But I knew I wasn't going to have an opportunity, and I know Gustavo has a lot more opportunity than I do, and so I just pass it along, and I'll get one when they become available again.
Yeah, when they're easier to get, maybe pick up a buyer's remorse item.
Yeah, because that lens is phenomenal.
Tim, I every morning nowadays take my coffee, sit in my porch. That lens is there by my side every morning.
I don't blame you, especially with your backyard.
Exactly. So no,
especially with all those Dave Moots donated carcasses that you
got. That's a taxidermist. Don't lie to us.
But what I'm saying again, going back to the issue of technology, I mean, and the price of entry, correct? I mean, when I started doing wildlife photographies in the 80s and 90s with film, correct? To be a wildlife photographer, you needed to be a masochist, correct? Because you will need to, you will shoot a lot of frames, and maybe one slide will be good, correct? And I think I started with a Tamron F400 F4, and then I moved to the 500 F4 from Nikon. Those minor focus, doing minor focus in wildlife, I mean, that was tough. Right. So you can see a lot of people now doing wildlife photography because the technology enables them to do. Okay, that this 180 600, that's going to bring a new generation of wildlife photographers into playing with that. Okay,
especially like if you have you talk to my generation, and apparently manual focus never existed before, because they're like, exactly. Oh, like as if wildlife.
It's not that hard as long as it's not moving.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like the learning curve for wildlife photography. Now, granted, there's a lot of knowledge that goes into, the wildlife photography. Like I didn't even know that birds tend to take a dump before they go. I learned that from Jeff. And so there's still a lot to learn there, but the learning curve as far as getting a photo of something has been like slashed really hard across all genres,
and walking with that 600 F4G, I don't know, maybe you have to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, but I could not do it. You have to have a tripod there, correct?
Well, eventually you need a hip replacement.
Exactly. Now, this morning on that 800 6.4, I was doing something else, and one bird came in, took it handheld. I mean, it's that is technology for you.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
These PF lenses are stunning.
It's wild that there's really now I don't know about the 400-2.8 or whatever, but back in the day you wouldn't dare carry your camera by the camera. You would have to carry it by the lens. But now it's like you see people with the 400-4.5 that are just like swinging it around like
that is still crazy. That is still crazy.
I love the 4.5. It weighs almost nothing.
But it's not only the lens, correct? Is that I was shooting at 1/2500 of a second, correct? So it's the technology in the camera married with a lens that is light for his focal length that allows you to get a photo of great quality with when you go through the software and you take the noise reduction and handheld. I mean, that's amazing.
I've been shooting video handheld with the 400.
Exactly.
It's amazing. I never
That's
tried that
crazy
before.
too.
Like, didn't think it would work.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, even getting sharp photos with like a super telephoto back in the day was kind of tough, right? Handheld, but now it's like you got the in-body image stabilization and you got the light mixed with the light lenses that balance really well on the
you
cameras.
You would be surprised how low a shutter speed you could use on a stationary subject, like a bird portrait type of thing.
Exactly.
How low you could go with that shutter speed. And hey, I'm not saying like I'll always do like, I might have the camera set for 12 frames a second, let's say, okay? And I'll just do a short burst because normally the first shot will be a little blurry. And then say I can take a burst of 3 or a burst of 4. First shot, 99% of the time, if I'm shooting it at like, I'm shooting, shooting at 100th of a second or 60th of a second even. And first shot guaranteed because I'm not quite set yet. That's going to be blurry. All the ones after that, tack sharp.
Exactly.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
And Jeff, you are shooting video with that 800, correct?
Yeah.
And then you are in a kind of video DX mode. So you are in the 1,000 something.
I'm in the 1,000 plus, millimeters. And I'm using, and sometimes I get lucky. Sometimes I have a steady day with the arm or whatever, and I can actually do it handheld, believe it or not. Other times I put it on a monopod or I have a travel tripod that I use, and that works really, really well, especially if I'm going to do the DX mode. But
as far as like the technology and stuff goes, I mentioned whenever me and Vahagan were talking with Dixon, I was talking about how it's like I don't want a camera to do everything for me because that gets really boring. And I felt like with the Sony A7C, it did do everything for me. You just like open it up and you put it in manual, and it doesn't matter what you point at; it'll find what you want to do. That's kind of boring, but there are some things that I enjoy disappearing, and so with the stabilization, especially in the Z9, I could tell you right now, you used to have to worry about the model moving and then your hands moving, right? But I have done this multiple times at like 1/30th or some craziness like that. And then I tell the model, don't move. Perfectly, absolutely sharp, and just because one of those things has disappeared, my hands. I don't have to worry about camera movement as low as like 1/30th of a second. That is absolutely insane. As long as you have a good, sturdy, like model that's not like doing this, it's like you don't have to worry about motion blur hardly at all. That is crazy. Just a few years ago, that was just not even possible unless you had a really good VR on your lens.
Saying, Zach, doing macro with a little bit of wing and a flower moving, the flower moving back and forth, you put it at 1/500 second, and you just shoot, and the autofocus will keep on with the moving of the flower, and you get a sharp photo.
Even easier with flash.
It's the technology what you can do. That's what I say. There is more opportunities to do greater amount of images now. It's not that we didn't have good images before, but it took a lot more work.
Yeah, a lot more work. I just want to interject and answer and have you guys look at answering a question here because I've never done this before. Fel M is asking how much does it cost to rent a lens on B&H or anywhere. I mean, if you guys ever rented a lens, and he was specifically talking about loving to rent the 85 1.2. Well, then he says, and other lenses. But anybody have an idea of what lens rentals cost?
It depends on the lens. It depends on the price of the lens, and it depends on how long you're doing it for. But I like borrow lenses. They have introduced recently. They actually needed the name of my company, and so I don't know if they switched from just loaning stuff to everybody, or if you have to have an LLC or something now. But I like them, and it's really not that bad. So I rented, like the 35-1.8. At the time, it was like an $800 lens, and I think I rented it for like $40 for Friday through. I had to send it back on a Monday. It showed up on a Friday, and so it's actually pretty reasonable. But the more expensive the lens is, and maybe it was just because the last rental I had was a really expensive item. And so maybe that's why they're like, no, you got to be a business and we want your insurance ID, but yeah, it's pretty reasonable. I don't know about B&H, but Borrow Lenses is a good service. And they package everything perfectly. No movement. You send it back right in this exact same pre-cut foam box that they send you. And they send you the return label and everything like that. It's really easy and it's not that expensive. That's why I tell people all the time, I'm not sponsored by Borrow Lenses, but I like the service, and rent it before you buy, because $40 is the difference between I hate this lens and and getting stuck with it,
Yeah, I know for me, renting a lens locally is a lot more expensive than using like lens rentals or borrow lenses. A lot more expensive. So I think lens rentals, you can get that 85 for. If you want it for a week, it looks like it's $142 for a week.
That's
People here.
What is it for like a weekend? Like if you're going to shoot it on a weekend, can you check that real quick? Because really, like if you're trying to decide if you want to buy something, I mean, ideally, yeah, you want to use it for, I mean, honestly, more than a week. But there's a lot that you can learn in like a fairly inexpensive weekend. Like, maybe I don't want to handle the size of this thing, or this doesn't fit in my bag well, or I don't like the way that it feels. There's a lot you can learn if you can set the time aside and go out and shoot like 2,000 images on like a Saturday or Sunday.
And share lenses
and you should be able
try
to
them all out.
Now,
a 3-day rental on that 85 is $99. Sorry,
that's right.
Yeah, so for a $3,000 lens, a really big investment, that's actually pretty reasonable before you drop $3,000 on something unseen.
Much safer.
Yep.
Question regarding portrait photography. Now, many, and I may misspeak here, so don't kill me if I misspeak. I may misspeak. A lot of people will claim, okay, I do portraits. I'm always shooting at 5.6, f4, 5.6, all the time. That's where I want to shoot. Now, one, do you agree that was the norm at one point in time? And do you see the norm changing with the quality of the f1.2 glass? Are more people shooting that buy these 1.2 lenses? Are they still shooting at f4, f5.6, or they're saying, hey, I'm the whole thing. I'm going at 1.2.
No,
it's easier.
What I see out in the field, well, first of all, for me personally, if I'm working in the studio, I just leave it in 6.3, right? And unless I'm doing, because you don't really have anything. I mean, you guys have seen like my studio style. It's still on a extremely dark background because I want it to be about the subject, and that's inspired by my history of bodyscape. Whenever I shoot bodyscape, it's actually 6.3 or 7.1. It depends on where I'm at, because you want all of the skin to be sharp. Out in the field, what I've noticed both on YouTube and out in the field, if people have an f1.8 lens, they do everything in f1.8, and that's fun. Generally, if I'm doing portraits outdoors, it'll be anywhere from f1.2 to f4 maybe. I determine what I'm going to use based on the look that I'm going for or the scene. And so like whenever I'm doing scenic portraits with like a wider angle lens, yeah, I'm probably still in 5.6, because the scene and the subject are important.
Depends a lot on your background, right?
But
I mean, if you got a crappy background, you want to blow it out. If you got a beautiful background with flowers and stuff,
main
you
reason
might
for the
not wanna
fast
blow it
lens.
out. Yeah.
But
yeah,
you get the distances
that's exactly
adjusted.
that's
Like
exactly
distance
right.
to the background, you can adjust all these on a slower lens anyway.
Yeah, I see a lot of people basically just leave it there. I don't see it, especially in like the younger demographic of photographers. I find myself being kind of different in the fact that I do use distance and aperture as like a direct correlation, right? Because that's how I learned. I learned from watching people on YouTube that have been shooting for like since the film days, and so distance it should be a big factor in photography, but a lot of people don't worry about distance. They just throw it in f1.8 because they want f1 because they have f1.8, or they just live in f1.2. I just feel like people don't use aperture that much anymore, but I still do,
I like the 50 for portraits too.
Now I didn't.
That gives you more torso.
Oh yeah, that's why the 35-1.2 excites me so much, because if I go to a portrait shoot, even right now, I take the 21.8, the 51.2, and the 85-1.2. When the 20 is a little bit wide from my scenic portraits most of the time, I like it for its kind of cool look. It doesn't look real, right?
Good for
And so
stretching
I like
limbs.
that. But if I'm going, but if I'm like going out, it's going to be the 35, the 50, and the 85, because I tend to always find myself in precarious situations where I don't get to move around a lot, because when I see something that looks disgusting in the background, I'm like, yeah, I want this derelict, this is stuff in the background. Look at that rotten tire. Can you pose by that for me, please?
No, I'm just kind of wondering if the trend has changed, because for general photography, most of the time you're shooting at f8. F8's real common if you're doing street photography or whatever. You're shooting at f8, and what I find, like, even I'm finding that I'm amazed, like with the 800, and I'm sure Gustavo is too. I'm amazed how well the image can be sharpness wise at wide open with the 800. It's amazing. Now, I'm not saying, and now it all depends on the angle that you're shooting at.
The light.
Okay, is the bird's body in the same plane of focus as your lens? Which, if it is, you could shoot that bird wide open, and it's going to be sharp from one end of the bird to the other, and it's going to look great. Now, if the bird's on an angle like this, okay, maybe half the bird is sharp, and half the bird starts to fade out a little bit.
That's the problem with
So
portraits.
about where you position yourself to the subject, or where you can position yourself to the subject if you're going to shoot it wide open with that 800. And sometimes, if I have enough light, I'll stop the 800 down to f8 or f9 or whatever, and especially if I'll always try to stop it down as much as I can if I'm shooting at something that's really far away, because when you're trying to focus on a group of birds that are really far away, your focus gets compromised. It gets harder to keep the image sharp. So You have a group of birds. They're you know, maybe you got 3-4 rows of birds. You got 50 birds. You got different kinds of birds. You got tall birds. You got short birds. You got you got snowies. You got great blue herons. You got this, that, and the other. So you're trying to get as many of them in focus front to back as you can, and you're shooting it literally more than 100 feet away. Okay, you need to stop it down and at least get, depending on if you're using selective focusing, if you want to, so let's say you just want to get that first row of birds sharp and the rest could fade into a little bit different zones of focus, but you want that first row to be sharp, you got to stop that lens down, f11 maybe, or more, or a lot more. Because you're shooting so far away.
But you start wide open. I think with that lens, I presume this, I mean, that have been the way I have been shot with the f4, the 500 f4 and the 600 f4 before. You start with f4. With the 800, you're the same. You start with a 6.8, and if you want a little bit more depth of field, then you start topping down. But you don't stop down because you want better image quality. You stop down because you want more depth of field.
Right.
And that's how good that lens is.
Right? Yeah. And like I said, if you get the bird in the same plane, wide open's not a problem. Wide open.
The 85 at f1.2, you could keeping both eyes in focus is a problem.
Yeah, or I mean, I would think at that, especially if your subject isn't far away, your subject's pretty close, and maybe the tip of the eyelash is sharp and the eye is not, right?
Yeah, it just defeats the whole purpose.
Yeah.
So you go up to 5.6 or up to f8, just to keep everything in focus.
Well, that's what I wonder. I mean, everybody's so excited with the 1-2 glass, and it's like, is it now? The other day I watched Verhagen's video where he was, and it was an older video, not real old, but an older video where he was doing the 85 1.2, and he had a rock star female, a singer, and he got her to pose for him on the streets, and he was using outdoor flashes and stuff like that, and I was really impressed how well the images came out wide open. I was really, really surprised, but he wasn't shooting her close either. Okay, he was shooting her. She was fairly far away, so you're going to have a little more depth of field even when you're wide open because the person's farther away. But he blew me away with the shots he took with that lens, with that model. I was shocked. I was not expecting that at all. I was, but like I said, he was not shooting the person 10 feet, 10 feet away or 5 feet away. He was back, Yeah.
Hey, Jeff. I bought this thing and I literally used it once because the turnout and interest for it was terrible. But if you don't mind, I would like to spin this prize wheel for our viewers. And so I will let, since I'm not going to do the scrambler, Jeff, I will let you choose a recipient of a prize.
Well,
the prizes include a $25 B&H gift card, bad wisdom, and a free insult. And so there's one chance to win and a lot of chance for something just terrible.
Oh, I got to decide whether I want to insult the person or give them a better chance to be insulted than win something, huh?
This is exactly why I want you to choose.
Well, because he's actually asked a lot of questions on this chat, I'm gonna say Fel M will be the recipient one way or the other. And Fel, I hope it's a winner.
Now,
I hope Fel lives in Antarctica or somewhere. It's going to cost Zach a fortune.
Well, the $25 B&H gift card I can do through like a gift, and I can send it to them. So, but yeah, I've already done an international prize, and it did cost me a fortune.
I wanted to repeat.
Right, here we go. Oh God, I don't.
Remember,
Yeah.
Zach, no
Here we go.
insults in Chuck's channel. Right?
Well, no swearing. No
It won't be.
swearing.
It won't be a bad. It won't be a bad insult.
Yeah.
That was a good spin.
You must have put some oil on that.
Just spit on it. And we get an X. Do it a little lighter.
Come on,
this time.
Pat Sajak.
Yeah, see, you don't have Vanna White with you, so I don't know how this is going to go.
Oh, he almost got the gift card. Come on, come on, come on. Get him the gift card. Oh, he got the $25 B&H gift card. I was hoping for the free insult. Okay, so Phil, you can email me and I'll get that emailed over to you. And if I'm not able to do that internationally, we will figure something out for a prize. So congratulations, Phil. Every single spin that I've tested since I bought that thing has been a loser. So true luck is on his side. Go buy some lottery tickets. Yeah, just email me. I don't have the ability to type. Can somebody type in my email address, the zwadephoto.sales@gmail.com. Hey, you're welcome, Phil.
Is it photos and sales with two, with another S after photos? Photo
Z-Wade
sales.
Photo sales. Yeah. gmail.com. Yeah, the only other prize I've gotten so far was Vic Roman, and he got to choose the camera and lens and genre that I had to shoot with. And so he was actually really nice, and he chose the Z5 and the 85-1.2 for an urban portrait shoot. But he could have easily said like the Z5 with the 20mm 1.8 wildlife, but thankfully he didn't choose that.
Thank you very much for doing
Cool,
that.
man.
Z-Wade, thank you very much for doing that.
Yeah, that was a nice little curveball
Yeah,
for the
this
live stream.
stream has been definitely a little bit different than usual.
It's been a lot of fun, man. We've had a lot of laughs tonight.
It was a feel-good show for me anyway. I mean, I really can't thank everybody enough for showing up and everybody in the chat. I mean, even now, here we are, we're 12:36 a.m. Eastern time, 28 people still on, hanging in with us. And we stay, I would imagine, if we stay down to 1 o'clock, all of a sudden we'll end up with 30, 40.
It's a shame for the panel because they're going to sleep in and miss Murder, She Wrote.
One thing we need to start planning, hopefully will be with Chuck, is what will be the photo review for August 5th, right? Because we need to keep to that tradition too.
Yeah. If we're not back up and running by then I'm sure we can come together.
I could handle it at my end. I could have people send it to me. I'll see what the response is. I don't know. I mean, till after the show, I'll look at people's responses and see if it makes sense to do this next week. I mean, I don't have a problem doing it, but I don't want to do it if we're not going to have people show up. I mean, this was kind of a weird week for me because it was just like a little bit of panic at first and trying to find a platform to do it on, and then learning as fast as I can, and then thankfully, if I really getting messed up, I got Mozman to help me out. So
yes, you're handling like a pro.
I think it went fairly well.
Yeah, you're doing great, Jeff. And honestly, like whether or not people, I mean, nobody's gonna say no, but I mean, if nobody responds like, yeah, do it next week, just do it next week, man.
We'll see who we get, right?
We got you. Yeah, but I mean, if something comes up and you're not up to it, I can take over if you need to, to keep it going. I wish there was it didn't give me the option to share this to like my socials, and it's the same way with Chuck. Sometimes it lets
Well,
me
I
do it,
have to
sometimes it
turn
doesn't
that
give me the
on.
option.
And
I
let me
see.
check. I thought I had turned it on. Come on, where was it now? Where was it?
That's probably a YouTube setting, right?
No, there was a setting in here for allowing people to share the stream. Is that what you're talking about on your channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can't find where I saw it earlier, and I thought I turned it on, but
I know YouTube has a setting that allows you to let people link or embed your videos and stuff like that, but I'm not sure about Restream.
Restream has a click box under settings that says embed stream, which I did not click on, but I know there was a oh boy. I'll have to look for it again. I know I had seen it, and now I'm having a brain fart, and I don't know where it is. But I saw something that said allow other people to stream this stream on their channel, and I thought I said yes, but maybe I toggled it off or something and didn't realize it. But
Who knows, man? These live stream services, like they get like so funky sometimes. Like whether it's a StreamYard or Restream or the one I use, EV Mux, it's like oh, it's the simplest one in town, and then you click on it, it's like, God, I don't know what any of this is, and you think you do something, and it just
I think something
doesn't,
like
and
that. Honestly, it's probably when you set up the stream, and that's where you set it. I don't think you can do it after the fact once the stream is in progress.
Yeah. I thought I had turned it on, but you know what? I'll look for it next week. I'll make sure it's on, because I know I did see it, because I was kind of going through everything and in the beginning and trying to just set everything up. And let's see, what did I think I had a question for Roy, because I was talking to Tim the other day, and we were looking at some old F-mount glass and just talking about lenses in general. And a lens that intrigues me, it's still not cheap. They had a refurb one. It was still around $900. Was the F-mount fisheye 8 to 15 millimeter f/3.5/4.5, and I was wondering, one, if you ever used that lens, if you liked it, and two, if there's anybody out there that's used it with an FTZ adapter and put it on a Z8 or a Z9.
I've used it. It's not as good as the discrete fisheyes, like the circular or the 16 or the 10 even. But what it does, it zooms between an 8 millimeter circular like that,
yeah,
to the full 16 square. The thing is with fisheyes, it's not something you use all the time.
Yeah,
I was going to use it for the sky, but the sky's all cloudy tonight anyway.
So at the 15 end, is it sharp corner to corner, or is it soft until you stop it down?
It's reasonably sharp, but with fisheyes you don't worry too much about that, because no fisheye is going to be absolutely sharp.
Yeah.
I think a fisheye of some sort obviously will come to the Z mount at some point. I just don't know how much demand there is for it, so I don't know if it's real high on Nikon's priority list. I used to like ultra wide
too.
whenever I was shooting, like smaller weddings and stuff. That was a really cool image to give to shoot just a couple of the dance floor, you shoot one of those, and that's like a really unique offering that a photographer can give a wedding client that not a lot of people are going to give. Something
how wide
really,
you talking?
really wide.
12 millimeter, 14, or wider?
I mean, if you got it,
Yeah.
just something really super wide. But
Yeah.
I mean, generally 14 is pretty good. There's not a lot of wedding photographers doing like
Yeah.
a 14 of the
Yeah.
dance floor, and that's a cool offering to kind of set
It's just
yourself a
something
little bit
special,
apart.
isn't it?
But I mean, yeah, it's just like a unique look. You can basically get an entire wedding reception with one shot.
For groups, things like stadiums and some buildings. It's just a bit of special sauce for something different.
Oh my gosh! Speaking of groups, you guys know what I did, and this is just proof that no matter how long you've been shooting photography, sometimes you just forget a basic. I screwed up really bad. Thankfully, I caught myself in the review. I did a family portrait. There was about a dozen people or so, and you know what I didn't do on one of the scenes? I didn't put my focus point at the closest person. And I literally stuck it the person in the middle, so the first row was just completely out of focus. And I was going back, and they're like, oh, let us see. And I was showing it to him, and I was like, I mean, it was so obvious too. I was like, oh my gosh, did I really do that? I said, I'm sorry, guys, you're gonna have to line up again. I could not believe I did that. The first row was just like blur on everything. I think I was I was at probably at 5'6" or something like that, but yeah.
And then you just didn't like some of the people that were sitting in the first row.
I might as well just censored them like something on TV at that point. But the very first thing I shot that wasn't just for me with the Z8 was a big family, and I did not make that same mistake. So, I focused on all the children that were sitting up front, and everybody was perfectly sharp. All like 52 people were perfectly sharp. So, yeah, yep. Sometimes you just forget. Sometimes.
Yeah, well, saying the Nikon 16mm 2.8, he says might be the best fisheye lens ever made.
Zach, the only people that don't make mistake is the people that do nothing. Okay, so I tell that in the workers all the time in the office.
Right.
Go and do your engineering work. If you are doing only reading emails, attending meetings, not doing any technical work, you're doing nothing. So mistake is part of the process.
Yeah, so the best thing to do is if you're a chemical engineer, take a long break from chemical engineering and then come back. Blow up the whole plant. But yeah, no, that's a good piece of wisdom if you're not and see, that's exactly what happened to me. It's like I shoot groups so little because like I don't take on work. I just want to shoot what I want to shoot. But my boss asked me to come out and just do a couple of pictures, and then the conversation got out of control, and somebody that wasn't even going to the reunion and is not in the family offered to pay for it. And so I was like, it was kind of like a weird thing. And he's like, yeah, we just need like 10 photos of the family. It was like a 50-year wedding anniversary thing, and like everybody was out there. And so like I shoot groups like that. And then like the group of the family that had about a dozen people was the one that I screwed up on. And I might have made the same mistake shooting 50 people, had I not screwed up on that one. But I just don't do it enough that I just forgot the basics, I'm usually working with just like one person because that's what I want to do,
Now, just so the audience knows, special announcement is Gustavo has finally retired. So,
oh, congratulations, man.
Yes, indeed. Officially, 1st of July. So, but let's see how long it lasts.
I've been trying to retire for 12 months.
Yeah. I'm going to try to retire, but yeah.
This is bad news
here
for
we
photographers
go.
because working. There you go.
Yeah, baby, he's retired.
This is a bad news This is bad news for us photographers because he's already making everybody sweat working a full-time job. Now with all this time to go out and shoot more, he's just going to leave
he has
everybody
time to find
behind.
much more carcasses and everything, you know.
Jeff, you just scared away all the birds for
Yeah,
20 miles.
maybe.
Now Gustavo's got nothing
Exactly.
to do.
Maybe a deaf possum will walk by. Gustavo is so good at photography that he'll be the first person to make the naturally out of focus Bigfoot in focus.
Well, you know what, he made the perfect comment earlier, is that if you've never made a mistake with a camera, then you don't use it.
Exactly.
I mean, that's that. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
You know, you don't learn without making a million mistakes. And I'll tell you, there's so many people, and this is what hurts, you know, people that try to sell images at craft fairs and stuff like that, is they see a picture. Let's just say, I don't care if it's, we'll say landscape. So I'm not acting like I'm a wildlife guy. Let's say you're a landscape photographer. Or somebody sees that image, they want to buy your picture, and they look at it and they go, "Oh, that's so easy. I could take that with my phone. I could take
Exactly.
that. You know, I'm not going to pay that much for the picture." And, you know, it's priced fair, say under $100, right? And it's a nice looking picture. And the same thing with wildlife. Oh, I got birds in my backyard. I could get those pictures. It's like, do you know how many times you I got a series of shots that I processed today for the first time. I was able to get pictures of juvenile black crowned night herons, and I've seen juvenile yellow crowned night herons, but I had not seen juvenile black crowned night herons. So they were on a branch. They were up, you know, fairly high, and they got agitated. Mom or dad showed up. You don't see mom or dad in the picture. They buried themselves in the tree pretty well. You couldn't see mom or dad. You could see the eye maybe. And the young ones are on this branch, so they get all agitated. They think they're going to get fed or whatever. So they start opening up their bills. They start biting each other's bills. You know, bills are together like this. And I'm taking picture after picture after picture, and I'm thinking, you know, somebody say, "Well, you only need one picture." And it's like, okay, if it's just for you, you could say, "I only need one picture."
Exactly.
If you got to look at it totally different if you hope to sell an image, because all these different I got poses where the beaks are touching like this. I got one where this one's clamped on the top of the beak of the other one, or, you know, the other way around. And you get all the different positions of the head's turning and different angles and stuff like that. And my advice to somebody that wants to take bird pictures is you want to get as many angles and as many positions as you can get, because especially if you want to sell something, the one you like the best might not be the one that somebody else likes the best.
That's true.
They may want it when they're looking down, like they're looking at something, or they may like it when they're looking. I mean, I got one that's looking up, the mouth is wide open and the tongue is hanging out. The other one's just standing there looking at it. And the other one's got the mouth open, and I got a series of shots, mouth open this much, this much, this much. You know, you got to be willing to take a lot of shots. And but everybody thinks it's just like you go out there and just like one shot, you're done. I'm going to give you $10 for that picture. I ain't going to pay you $30 for that picture.
But the complement to that, okay, the complement of that thought is that when you go and shoot wildlife or any kind of photography, if you come that day with one photo that you like, you did your job.
Yeah.
Correct? People think, oh, I'm going to go out, I don't know, Yellowstone, and I'm going to come with 3,000 photos. But if you come with 20 photos, then you're happy. You did your job.
Yeah. The old saying with film, the old saying years ago with film was, if you got one or two images out of 36 exposures, you did a very good job. You were lucky. You got two printable photos out of 36. And it's still the same with digital. It isn't really any different.
Exactly.
I mean, if I take
more of them.
yeah, if I took 500, if I say I took 600 shots in a day, so right away that 600 is going to get pared down to probably 250,
Exactly.
250, and of that 250, if I'm lucky, 20% of that is going to go in a special folder.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not going to throw away those 250. They're not 250 awful pictures, but I'm going to say what are the best ones out of that 250. And if I'm doing good, it's 20% of that 250.
I do the exact same thing as far as files, like on my computer. Not so much whenever I just go out and like I go to a photographer model meetup, but whenever I do like design something specifically, and it happens with every single bodyscape shoot, is I always have three different folders for my edits, and my all my roles are in the same, but I always have good or keepers, good and epic are what I call the files. And so if I shoot like 200 pictures, maybe 3 of them get into the epic, right? Because that's like my most strict, or none. That's like my most strict category, you know. And then most of them end up in the keepers. It's not stuff I want on my website necessarily, but I might have 20% in the ones that I think are just good, Yeah. But something I wanted to mention, and Gustavo's probably seen this before. It's kind of on my bucket list, even though I don't shoot a lot of wildlife right now, but I just always thought it would be so fun to shoot. My dad is he's a hunter. He hunts deer. And one of the things that he enjoys about like that experience is he was telling me the story how obviously they're looking, like hunters are looking for the big bucks, but he said one of the coolest things to see are actually the young bucks trying to put on a show for the does. And he said it's so human like in how it goes, because it's like it's always kind of awkward and they trip over themselves because they're trying to put on a good show for the does, but he can see like the awkwardness kind of like humans have whenever they're young and they're trying to flirt with a girl, but they don't really know what they're doing. I always thought that would be so cool to get out there and take pictures of like young bucks just kind of not really doing a particularly good job of showing off.
I think Chuck always mentioned that too, correct? Most of the enjoyment of that type of wildlife photography is actually being out, watching, correct? The photography comes afterwards. Is the watching, is the trying to figure out. It's like going in a neighborhood and find out who is going with whom and what is happening here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, half the fun of photography for me with the wildlife part is just getting out, getting some fresh air,
exactly,
and just getting away from life, man. I mean, it's your it's your escape route,
Exactly, no, exactly, and that Chuck always mentioned that, correct? And also, I mean, what you and Bob are doing, looking at a life of all these different birds, that oyster catchers, they evolving, they survive the high tide, and are they progressing? So it's a great thing.
Yeah, it's been kind of cool watching. It's not particularly common to have cardinals in my area, but like I've watched like several generations of cardinals in my backyard, and nobody else in my town ever sees them. They literally nest regularly, like in my backyard, and every year, you watch the babies learn how to fly, and then you never see them again, but they're always nesting right there, and that's like it's really cool to watch. Even in a more simple term, we have you can never really tell if it's the same squirrel, except for one. We started
called
putting
One
out
Eye.
corn and all this. Yeah, we started putting out like corn and stuff, or you just, you go to the store and you pick up stuff that squirrels eat. It's got a picture of a squirrel, and so we buy it. And I was able to watch the progression of this one squirrel, and I knew it was the same squirrel because after a year or two, that sucker's stomach was bigger than he was getting real fat, and I was like, that has to be the same squirrel, because he's not, he got to be careful because he's not escaping nothing, but it was cool to watch him, just like over time, get chunky, and then he catches up to me, and now I have something in common with him. We're both a little overweight.
We got Joe from Joe Man's Land was sent an invite, so he may be showing up in a few minutes.
Joe Man is going on. Is it Wednesday? He's doing Wednesday.
I think so.
Yeah, I thought Maz. I thought you were the one that told me that. I thought.
I might have been. I
guess
might
we
have
can
been.
ask
I think it's Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah.
No doggy.
Gustavo is gonna take care of the dog. Yeah, mine's underneath me, and I had a deal with the wife since I was doing the show. I said, if the dog's got to go out, I'm going to send you a text message. You got to come up and take care of her. So she has.
That's nice.
She helped me out tonight.
I think you've got to fail at photography often to learn how to do it right. It's better to fail when you're practicing than when you've got to take that one photo of someone important.
I just have to say this real quick. I think what I really need in my life is, it seems like everybody has like a beautiful bride, and like Jeff's wife is supporting him and letting the dog out so he can do this. And I have watched Roy Bixby's wife deliver him a plate of grub to eat, like while he's on live stream. And so it's like, I think what I'm missing is like somebody that understands what I do. Like, you don't have to cook for me, but it'd be cool if you deliver me snacks.
We're gonna bring in Joe. Here he is.
Hey
guys,
Joe.
how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Yep.
Yeah, what's up,
How
young boy?
you guys doing?
Yeah, it's nice to look at a young guy.
Oh, Jeff, very poor choice of words.
You're all young at heart, right? It doesn't matter how much hair is on your head.
Hey, you have hair. You have hair on your head, and that confuses me.
I know. Yeah.
Joe Man's actually got a great. He's got a great set of hair, man. He's got the Conan O'Brien.
I do what I can, gentlemen.
He'll end up being one of those guys when he gets older where he could flip it. He'll just flip it.
We'll see. I mean, I think I'm going to be cursed with a full head of hair forever, folks. Don't mean to disappoint you, but there ain't no one balding on any side of my family, so I'll be sticking with this until. But it will gray early. My grandpa's hair turned white when he was like 35. So once I hit 35, I think it's going to be starting to kind of gray out a bit. But I'm looking forward to that, because then people will take me more seriously. And when I post lots of blurry photos, they'll be like, "Oh, the photographer's distinguished. It's art."
Hey, you just anytime you have a blurry photo, you say it was for creative purposes and it was intentional.
Exactly. It's not because I didn't install the newest firmware on my camera. It's not that at all.
Yeah, you never admit you made the mistake. Oh no, that's the way it was supposed to be. I thought about it for like 10 seconds, a whole 10 seconds. Look what happened.
I planned it.
Did you guys ever see that video of it was like a young guy, they were in like a museum, and there just happened to be like an empty pedestal where like a sculpture would be, but there was just nothing there. And so he just took off his glasses and set them on the pedestal, and people gathered around. He sat back in the corner and took pictures of everybody taking pictures of his glasses, with his phone. Now tell me
He
art
is.
isn't BS.
No, art,
Oh,
people always say art is subjective, but when people say art's subjective, it's like you're looking at some of their work and you're like, okay, now I understand where this subjective word is coming from. This is interesting. But guys, I can't stay for too long. I just wanted to hop on. If I can just say a couple words for Chuck, that would be
absolutely. Get it on the record, baby. We got you on the
excellent.
record.
Chuck, we need you back, man. It's weird. Like I count on his live cast so much. It's like one of those things you take for granted because it's always there. Like whenever I'm on my work day and I'm just kind of like hanging out, I can't join, but I just want to like listen. I do, and it's been so weird not having him there. And like he's obviously a great community leader and kind of brought us all together. Because I wouldn't know any of you guys if it wasn't for Chuck, right? And such a nice guy, so positive. So I'm just obviously for him and his wife, wishing him a speedy recovery, but really looking forward to welcoming him back because it's, I don't look forward to going on YouTube as much anymore. When I'm going on to YouTube to see what videos are going and stuff like that, I'm kind of just like, I don't know, like it's not the same, right? So it's going to be really nice to get him back, hopefully in pretty short order, and hopefully, obviously more importantly for his health, he's full recovery for sure. But Mr. Chuck, if you're watching this, get well soon. Take care of yourself. But we need your rants, Chuck. We need your smart like M&M sales are down right now by like 40% in his state.
Here.
They're like, what happened? Where did it go?
Stock has dropped drastically.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. But Jeff, great. Thank you so much for organizing this. Nice to see everyone. And I'm sorry I couldn't stay for much longer. I was out shooting a video actually tonight, and just wanted to come by and say hi. But wishing you all the best. All you guys. Great to see you all here. And I think this is a real testament to the impact Chuck has had on all of us. Right, the fact that we all are here on Jeffrey's channel, and it's a lot of the regular folks that are involved, right? So I think this is a really good testament to what Chuck has built, and it's while we're waiting for him to come back, let's keep having these live casts as much as we can with bear each other's presence without driving each other too crazy without Chuck to break up the fights. But it's nice to see you all, and if you guys are bored Monday night, you can come by my live cast. It's going to be terrible because I don't have a single guest yet. I know I'm really selling this, Jeff. I'm really selling this. There is no one coming. It might just be me yelling about blurry photos for like 45 minutes. So if you guys are bored Monday evening, 6 p.m., come on by. I don't have any panelists. Just drop a comment in the video, and I'm more than happy to share the link with you guys. So
put your type in your channel name there in the chat.
Which
chat?
I
don't have all the fancy stuff with automatic links to everybody that has a channel like Chuck does. So put in
hold on. Put here
information.
Let's put it in the in our private chat.
Yeah, or in the regular chat, so the people that are on can see it.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'd have to go offline. I'm on my iPad right now, so after I drop off you guys, I'll drop it in there. And then also, and also, guys, if you do come over to the live cast, you don't see a link for it, it's going to be there, I promise. So even if you want to be a panelist, just ping the chat when the live cast starts on Monday. I'll send you a link so you guys can join, because I want to have a full house of people talking, and I just kind of want to be eating candy in the background. That's kind of the objective of this.
Sounds familiar.
Love it.
Yeah, eating candy in the background.
Or M&Ms.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right. Chuck, the man, the myth, the legend. All right, guys. Good night, everyone. Great seeing y'all, and keep up the great work, guys, and stay strong. And Chuck, we miss you. Get well soon. There's lots of things we have to argue about as it pertains to cameras. Lots of things. Lots of great stuff. It's going to be big league. It's going to be huge. It's going to be great. We need Chuck back. We're going to make YouTube great again. It's going to be so big league. All right. Good night, guys.
Take care. Thanks for stopping in.
Night.
Yeah, my pleasure. Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. How are you going to top that one, guys?
I don't know if I ever showed it on YouTube, but I had a coffee mug. I need to find it. I don't know what happened to it, but I had a coffee mug, and it had a cartoon Donald Trump like that. And like the text on it said, "You're a great photographer, or you're the best photographer, the greatest. All other photographers, total losers. Believe me, like it's true." Like it was just like a Trump thing. It was my favorite.
I'll be right
coffee
back,
mug, and I
guys.
can't find it.
Keep it going.
All right.
Yeah. And one thing that Joe did for Chuck is that introduction. I think that introduction that he did for his program was fantastic. So we did appreciate what Joe did for Chuck, because every time that there was a start of the new broadcast and Chuck will play that introduction, I will watch actually Jeff and Chuck laughing. So it never failed, Mr. Joe.
Yeah, it's a good intro.
We provided a lot of joy for him.
So how's the weather? Dead air. Mozzman, you ain't been talking much, man. Get us going. Oh, no volume, buddy.
How's that?
Back again.
There, that's better.
Yeah, I got some lag, so when I click it, it goes back and forth. Anyway, no, I was just downloading some stuff. Some applications I gotta fill out. So wasn't.
I got you. Yeah, I saw you. Looked like you were fiddling with something earlier. Looked like you were working on something.
Well, I don't know how earlier, but I was trying to get the Axon Simo working on the R5, and
I
wasn't able to do it. So I got it working on the Nikon's fine. So
Jeff had asked, or I thought somebody, maybe it was in the panelist chat over here, but he had mentioned or he had asked to see if you would talk a little bit about what your experience with the R5 is.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
So
You know
far.
what? I've had so much to do at work in June that I just haven't shot it once. So yeah, I had a big project that had to get done, and that's over. So yeah, I plan to go out. I actually want to go out tomorrow and shoot it. So
What was the motive behind buying it? Just a good deal?
no, I just really I get so tired of like stuff you hear on YouTube about how it's so much better than the Nikon, and it's better than the Z8, it's better than the Z9, it's better than all the firmware versions. And I've shot it before, and I've shot the A1 before, but I really wanted something that I could just use for myself as frequently as I wanted, just to really compare the two. I didn't buy it.
I like that.
I didn't buy it to keep it long term. But I've had it for a month and a half or so, but I haven't had the chance to shoot it much yet. So I want to go out and I want to shoot it, and that's why I got the Axon, so that I can, I can record the screen, and you can see where the focus point is, and you can see where it's gonna, lose focus, and I'll record the Z9 as well and do some comparisons. But there's just so much on YouTube where it's just that like the footage has been cherry picked, because I've shot these cameras next to each other, and I've shot birds in flight, and when you have a tree line in the background, you're going to lose it on the Canon just like you're going to lose it on the Nikon. But the footage is cherry picked, and I just wanted to put something out that showcase both, and showcase that both have their flaws.
That was kind of my inspiration behind borrowing one. Was I really just wanted to get my hands on it for a little bit to see what all of both the fuss and the hate was about, and what my finding was I at that time I was like the A7R5 and the Z9 and the R5. The biggest difference is the other cameras will do eye tracking, and sometimes it'll get the eyelash, sometimes it'll get the eyeball, but the R5 was the only one with like eye pupil tracking. However, the very next firmware update for the Z9, I haven't caught an eyelash yet. It's always on the pupil. And so that's the comparison. It's like they're performing almost like pretty much the exact same, as far as that eye focus point is now like dead center on now. I don't know about the A7R5, but at least on the Z9 and the Z8, because I've done a lot of portraits with the Z8 now, it's basically the exact same thing that I liked about the R5 was the fact that it was dead center of that focus point, you know? And so now it's even harder to, it's like, what lenses do you own? Okay, buy that
I've
camera.
always thought like that, though.
You know?
Lenses first.
Well,
yeah, that's honestly, that's the reason that I'm still with Nikon, because whenever I bought my first camera was a Nikon just because it was a good deal, and I didn't even shoot it for like a month. And whenever I went from crop sensor to full frame, you know, I considered Canon as well, but the lenses are what kept me with Nikon. And then whenever I went from DSLR to mirrorless, again, I was looking at, you know, Canon was a possibility, just as well as Nikon was. And the lenses are what made me go into Nikon mirrorless. And so it's always, that's a great point, Roy. Like the lenses are what have always kept me.
You'll go through three
Nikon,
or four bodies and you'll have those same lenses. You know what I'm saying? The bodies come and go.
Yeah.
The lenses, it's almost, you know, drive for show, putt for dough. It's like, you know, the lenses are the meat and potatoes of your system. So
I don't know about that. If I shot photography like I played golf, I don't think I'd have any legitimacy at all. I'm getting better. I'm hitting draws now.
I can't even hit the ball.
Well, that's the way I was. I was about 3 out of 10 actually were making good contact before I started doing these lessons.
The one thing that impresses me with Nikon is I worked in manufacturing most of my life, and most companies that I primarily, my career was with 2 different companies, and they all had the big thing was continuous improvement. Okay, we want to continuously improve our product. And I really think Nikon is nailing it on the head with that statement of continuous improvement, because every time you turn around, there's a firmware upgrade. It improves on something that was already really, really good and makes it even better. So, you know, for those who may have said, and I'm not disagreeing, I think, you know, they had to get the Z9 out when they had to get the Z9 out. But I think when the Z9 came out, it was still, from an autofocus standpoint, probably 95% of the other guys. It wasn't 100%, but it was probably like 94, 95% of the other guys. And every time they've had that firmware upgrade, okay, now it's 96% of the other guys. Now it's 97% of the other guys. And I think realistically, like Tim said, they all have mirrorless cameras, period, have a problem when the subject is close to a background.
Or there's something in between.
Bird in flight. And the smaller the bird, obviously the worse it is. The smaller the bird with a busy background, the camera, no matter what brand it is, wants to get that background. I mean, you know, they still, even though, you know, they'll say, well, it's not contrast detect autofocus. The system still is based a lot on contrast of subjects.
That's
I mean,
the problem.
if you have a very small subject and it doesn't have a lot of contrast on it, number one, and it's close to a background, you're pretty much screwed to begin with. I mean, unless you pick that bird up early, like you got the 800 Gustavo, and you see something coming and it's way out there, and you latch onto it early on, and the camera stays on it, fine. But if all of a sudden it pops out and it's 60 feet away from you, but it's got a bunch of trees right behind it, 20 feet behind it, your odds of just picking it up at that point is going to be very, very difficult. Now, one thing I'm very surprised about with this last firmware upgrade is I find the 3D tracking has improved greatly.
Yes.
I like 3D tracking. I never used it before.
Now actually sometimes with a bird in flight with a busy background, not all the time, but sometimes I could be in 3D tracking mode and put that point on the bird while it's flying with the background and behind it, and it'll grab the bird. That was impossible before. Nothing would
Never worked well with DSLRs, did it?
No, nothing would grab the bird. Now, not all the time, but more, more enough to make me like, wow.
It works well.
I could grab it while it's busy background. I could grab that bird flying. And obviously, if it's a wood stork or a spoonbill or a larger bird, that makes it that much easier. But
no, I agree.
So much more improved.
The 3D tracking, if you haven't used it, Zach, lately, I mean, it's for me is the default mode that I have now. I'm actually in 3D tracking all the time, and then I use something else when 3D tracking has problems. But the one issue that all these mirrorless cameras have, which if you talk to somebody like Steve Perry, is that if they get stuck in the background and the far field background to make it come back, it's very difficult. You have to make it come back manually, or you have to program a short distance. That is apparently a common occurrence in all these cameras. If it goes to the background, you can pressing that shutter or the back focus, and it doesn't come back.
Something I noticed. Well, a couple things. First, to answer your question, real Nikon lover, I have not done much adapting except with like manual focus lenses. I got out of my F-mount stuff before I even had my Z9 really. But a second thing, something that's I find unique with mirrorless is like I've never been like a big auto area AF user, but with all these other awesome tracking modes that work really great on the Z8 and the Z9, I feel like auto area AF has gotten real stupid. Like it's the most unintelligent focus mode compared to DSLRs. Like it's really bad. Like it always picks the wrong thing.
It's always going to grab whatever is closest.
I don't even think my Z6 II was doing that. It was just grabbing whatever it wanted. It wasn't even grabbing the closest thing to the sensor all the time. But I mean, everything else is so much better, but it seems like auto area AF has just been an afterthought. Not that I would recommend anybody use auto area AF for anything anyway, but I've always found it better. Back in the DSLR's day was just to focus and recompose. But yeah, it seems like with mirrorless cameras, the auto area AF has gotten just real dumb. It just,
well,
I don't know if that's
where
everyone
you
else's
tend to use the
experience.
full frame, what they call the full frame autofocus, is when you're shooting video. That's where you use that, but you don't typically use it for when you're doing birds in flight, or I mean, you could. It's theoretically is going to pick up on the closest subject, but sometimes you don't want the closest subject. So, and then Roy picked up on a comment here. Absolutely right. The D850 did have 3D tracking, but it absolutely stunk to heaven. It was awful. I never used it. Most people used the group autofocus. They'd set up a group mode for whatever size they wanted, and they would position it. If they said, I want the bird to be a rule of thirds and I want it in the upper right-hand quadrant, they'd put it there. They'd get the bird in that location, and they move the camera and follow it, because the points did not follow the bird. You had to follow the bird. You put the points on the bird, and then you followed the bird. You didn't like say, oh, I locked onto the bird, and thing goes follows the bird. That is how it worked on the 850 did not work that way. So group was the way to go on that, and 3D was horrible. 3D was horrible.
I am liking I've had the Z9 for a year, and it's really only been over the last couple months that I decided to try 3D tracking. And the one drawback of it is that it's so good that I have way too many images to go through. I mean, I find it to be incredibly reliable. And so If anything, I tend to like overshoot.
I'll query Fell's question here, and then Zach, I'll let you jump in too. He says he watched a video by Mac Ranger where compares the Z7 II to the Z8. Is it worth spending the 4K for the Z8, or is the Z7 II good enough? Z7 II is perfect unless you are doing fast action sports and birds in flight. If you're not doing fast action sports and birds in flight, knock yourself out. Get the Z7 II.
So here's what I would add to that. I totally agree with that. If you're doing portraits, I like the Z8 better because the eye tracking is absolutely dead on. Okay. But I will also go back to an old comment I made. Some people think I'm crazy. Some people actually see it. I do find now Z9, Z8 sensors, the images look the exact same. And so as far as my findings, I still find the Z7 II to be a tad sharper than the Z8 and Z9, only by a little bit. And since I'm cursed with these pixel peeping eyes, if landscape is your thing, you get a double benefit. You don't need the speed, you don't need the tracking, but you get the benefit of it being cheaper and it being just a hair more sharp. You probably don't care about that hair.
The DxO ratings are ever so slightly better. Very slightly better, but not.
Yeah. It also depends what ISO you shoot as well.
You know.
Oh, I will say that the Z8 and the Z9 are unrivaled as far as high ISO performance in the Z line. I mean, nothing even comes close. The grain structure of the Z9 and the Z8 at higher ISOs, even for somebody, I mean, you guys know that I always curse at digital noise. It is a great grain structure, right? It's very tight and it's tight and small. And so like I'm passing portraits I would never dare shoot a portrait at like over 400 ISO back in the day. Now it's like 3200. Like you can't see it when you finish editing it. When you look at it on your phone, you're not going to see it in printing. You can literally shoot 25,600 before you're going to see grain in a print. Let's be real, you know, but it just depends on what you shoot, man. If you're doing portraits and not fast portraits,
save the money.
Save the money, you know, if you can shoot in single point. But if you shoot like I shoot, the reason I bought the Z8 is because I like how I'm able to shoot with the Z9 and I'm getting more images because whatever the angle is, I don't care because I'm using eye tracking. I trust it. It's dead center on the pupil and I'm literally bending over and I'm squatting down and I'm standing up and I'm doing everything and it's just there. The Z7 II is not going to be that reliable of just like moving around and doing whatever the heck you want, you know, as far as the tracking goes. But, you know, it just depends on what you're shooting, man.
It's hard to get bad camera these days.
Probably
they're all good cameras.
Yeah, I mean it really is. Even you get the ZFC, the Z50. Like they're gonna work, man. Roy Bixby said in the comments there, the Z8 is more versatile. Yeah, I don't use the 20 frames per second hardly ever. I have one project I'm working on where I need it. You know,
Gustavo brought it up earlier talking about technology. And I'm just going to put this up for comparison. Okay. It can, let me get the name in there. Minolta SRT 100. Can you take a good picture with this camera? Could you take a good portrait with this camera?
Yeah,
absolutely. You could take a great portrait with this camera.
About filming it.
But the thing is, with all these generational changes, it isn't that all of a sudden these cameras can't take a good picture or a great picture. The problem is you have to work at it a lot harder to get it with these cameras than with the new cameras. Yeah. And your keeper rate with the new cameras is going to be better. So if whether you're a working pro or not, if you value your time, right? Do you want to take 50 pictures and say, yeah, 3 of them are excellent? Or do you want to take 50 pictures and say, gee, 45 of them are excellent? Okay. So that's why you're paying more money for the cameras. You're paying for the fact that, especially if you're a working pro, is that you get so many more images that you have a choice of picking from to sell or to market than you would if you're using something that's even 10 years old or 20 years old. I mean, that's why you're paying the bucks for it. And you got to decide whether it's worth it.
Okay. So Fell did, he did come in. He said, my thing is sometimes people move fast when I do lifestyle portraits, and I hate it when it misses, and then I have to hide those images from clients. Save up and get the Z8 then. The Z8 is going to give you more than you need, but it's going to give you, like, if you have a crazy idea, it's going to cover it, and it's probably going to cover it forever. If you need more than 20 raw images, I don't know what you're shooting. I don't want to search through that much, but if so, you can even do 30 if you want to get real crazy. If you're having a problem with, say, like the Z6 or the Z6 II or the 7 and 7 II, and you're getting missed shots, I can tell you, like, I seriously can't recall the last time I missed a shot with the Z9, and the Z8's basically the exact same thing. I don't think you're going to be, I mean, you're not going to be disappointed for, I think the $4,000 price tag is a good value for the Z8. But if you're like, should I save the money and get the Z7 II whenever these things are happening? Since you're considering it, wait for a refurbish, because you can expect it to be, what is the Z9's refurbished? Or they were going for 4,500. And so, and they've only been out a year. So if you don't mind waiting, you might be able to pick up a Z8 for like the $3,000 range, which would be a stupid value.
Never mind the white, the Z9's
if you're missing,
yeah, because the Z9 at 4,500 refurbed, if you would be spending $4,500 if you bought the Z8 with the grip, and I'm not a big fan of their grip. I think it's butt ugly, to be honest with you. I think it was not, the Z8 grip is not designed aesthetically. It's not aesthetically pleasing, and it isn't even.
I don't care what it looks like. It doesn't take the right size battery.
Yeah, it's not even dimensionally accurate.
Yeah. And also, Fell, on that point, you said you retouch a lot in crop, so you might need the 45 megapixels. On the retouching side of it, that's actually one of the reasons why I like the fact that to my pixel peeping eye now, the Z9 and now the Z8 not being quite as sharp as the Z7 II. These images are an absolute breeze to retouch, right? I will take any kind of help that I can get, because I'm not working with professional fashion models that have a makeup artist that can make them look not human. I still have to do a lot of frequency separation, so like I have to do a lot of work. And so just having it just a hair not as sharp, it's just a hair easier to work with the portraits. And by the way, something I noticed with the Z7 II, you do get the raw files, you get a little bit more of like a greenish yellowish hue. And the Z8, Z9 images, the skin tones raw are just dead on.
Skin
right?
softening
They're
as
dead
well.
on.
A new feature. I haven't even tried yet.
Oh yeah, if you're into, I haven't tried it either. If you're into that, yeah, you could totally engage that. Phil, I don't tell people how or what to buy. I always say rent before you buy. But yeah, try it before you buy it. But I think based on what you're saying, I think you'll be much happier with the Z8 if you don't mind either waiting on it or just saving up a little extra money.
He just threw in that if he sells his Z6 II and a lens, he'll be able to get the Z8 for like $3,000. And so that might be the way to go if you're willing to sell your body with a lens and knock the price down another $1,000. that might be the way to go.
Yeah, and Phil,
Yeah.
the what is absolutely true of the ZA is that it's hungry for battery. You need to buy extra batteries. Okay?
Yeah.
So compare with the Z9, you take a battery, and that for me, which are behind the EVF all time, waiting for the right moment, I can shoot all day. With the ZA, you need to have
It's
a
not much
battery in your
than
pocket.
most mirrorless cameras, though, is it? It's only
Exactly.
slightly worse than, say, a Sony A7.
No, it's not. It's not really much worse
Oh, big
than a different
Exactly.
brand with a comparable battery.
Yeah, and the batteries are
Yeah,
and they're
relative.
cheap. The batteries
They're
are
cheap.
cheap though. They're like
Yes.
$60.
Yeah. I have found so I haven't seen much of a difference. So Fel, you're shooting the Z6 II.
Mhm.
I haven't seen that much of a difference between the Z8 and the Z6 II. But I also the way that I shoot, and the video I'm making tomorrow of my full review, it'll actually be
Batteries.
at like the end of this month, my full Z8 review. The way that I shoot, and whenever I was testing it, I tested a bunch of different ways. I made the camera to where it wouldn't shut off, and I also did an experiment shooting how I shoot, which is whenever I shoot, when we go to the next location, I turn the whole camera off, right? And then I click it back on. Otherwise, it's on a 10-second timer, right? And so I did both. And when you do like that, nothing is going to run like a DSLR. Like
Yeah,
when
of
I had
course.
my D610s,
Oh,
I
yeah.
could literally leave
Mm.
them on for like 6 weeks at a time. And they would just like 6 weeks in standby, you know? But I actually left. I'll give this away. At one point, I accidentally left the Z8 on after doing, I recorded like 3 videos, and then I did like an hour and a half live stream, and then I accidentally left it on in standby for like 12 hours, and I still had like 1 bar left. So that's pretty good. It's not like the Z9. The Z9 would probably double or triple that, but that's not bad considering. It definitely shoots a hole in the bottom of the boat of the people that are saying, "Oh, it's terrible. The battery life is terrible." It's literally feels the same. But comparing it to the Z9, obviously, have you seen the size
I mean,
difference?
my friend
You know?
has not put a second battery. We go shooting together all the time. We're shooting. I mean, we're walking together. We're looking at the same birds. We're shooting at the same birds.
Mhm.
Many times we're taking short video clips for our YouTube channel, and you know, that may vary a little bit between us, but you know, the only thing I'd say is if you were shooting a lot of 4K 120 stuff with the Z8, you are going to suck the battery pretty darn fast. But if you're
yeah.
but if you're doing your typical, you know, okay, 1 minute clip, 2 minute clip, 30-second clip, you know, whatever, that kind of stuff, you know, he leaves at the end of the day 4 hours, 5 hours, sometimes shooting, and he's still got, you know, 25% or more of his battery life left in his Z8. So it isn't like, oh, I did a couple 2-minute videos and I shot 300 shots and
No,
the battery's dead. It is not that bad.
No.
I mean, it is really a decent battery, but with the Z8, I don't care. Z9, even with my Z9, I always have an extra battery with me.
That's right.
Period. I don't care how good they say
always.
the battery is.
Always
have an extra battery with you. If a battery decides to blank the bed, if you know what I mean, and die off on you, got to have a backup, right?
No, absolutely.
Bring it. Always have a second battery with you. Period.
No, definitely.
I've never on any of Nikon's mirrorless cameras, I've never had to change a battery in the field. And you actually shoot the same kind of things I do. So like portraits. If you're going to shoot a wedding and you're talking like 3,000 photos, yeah, you might have to change the battery. But I go out, I shoot when I get home, I take the battery out and put it in the charger, and I put a fresh one in, camera turned off, and I just set it off to the side, you know. But yeah, if you use the Z8 like the Z9, then you're going to eat the crud out of your
But-
batteries. Yes. But also keep in mind, guys, like as time goes by, battery technology does get better. And these ENEL, what are they, 15s?
See,
Yeah, 15s. You have the compatibility. So as better batteries come out, there's nothing stopping you from using it.
I'll bet you $50 within 6 months they will have a new version of that battery for that camera that'll increase its life.
I'd be happy with the battery grip that took the 18.
No, but
20%. It'll happen.
It is a fantastic mixture, correct? Size to power on the CA. That 15C is the right battery for that camera.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, any CA shooter, I would say, buy additional camera. It's half the price of or less of the C9 battery. The C9 batteries are expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah, they're very expensive. What, like 100,
Exactly.
150?
Yeah,
Well, the
something
CA
dollars.
battery is like $60. Okay, so that would be my advice to somebody that is looking at the CA. Buy the batteries. I actually got the battery from that before even the CA arrived. Now,
if anything, you might already have the batteries if you've been at
now, what I
Nikon for
do
a while.
see, Jeff, is, for instance, things like auto capture, that the actual sensor is recording all the time. That you were saying you're shooting. If I put as a brand new, fully charged Z9 on auto capture, okay, on the C9, it will last like what they have been saying, 4 or 5 hours. If you try to, you cannot do that with the CA battery. That's one of the reasons why I think the auto capture is not yet, eventually will be, but it's not yet on the ZA. It's because it's very power hungry. It's like shooting video all the time, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about the Z9? I actually, this was going to be a video. And what's funny about it, I decided that I wanted to see from a portrait photographer's perspective, which is not nearly as power hungry as something like sports and wildlife, right? Because you're not constantly rocking off higher frames per second. We're doing single shots here. And I wanted to see like how long I could run the Z9 for shooting what I shoot, which is like macro and, street photography, water puddles and droplets and portraits and things like that. And I ended up just getting bored and I abandoned it. Like that's how long it lasted. Like, I just got bored of the test because it seemed like it was going to drag on for like over a month and a half. And I was like, dude, I'm not even interested in making this video anymore.
A power bank to the Z8 or something.
Yeah.
A power bank or something, which that makes a big difference.
Yep.
Oh, so you can actually use that USB-C. Can you get like a like a brick, like a power brick, and just that's super cool.
That's what I'm doing already.
That's super cool. I didn't even think about that.
That makes the two USB ports makes a big difference.
Yeah, I like that feature. Right?
Yeah, Zach Smith said the Z9 battery is expensive. The only reason that I have an extra battery is not because I'm worried about the battery dying. I'm just worried about the battery like dying. Like it's just not working anymore. I've literally never had to switch batteries on the Z9, but you just never know. It's like I always have a backup memory card, and I always have I've literally never killed a battery, but electronics fail. And so I always have an extra card, and I always have like and speaking of cards, by the way, I know some people were upset about not having dual CFX. I like having SD for the simple fact that it plugs right into my Apple Studio display.
Boo,
and so like I don't have to well, I should say, like, honestly, like if I could choose, I would do 2 CFX because I like the reliability, but I don't complain about 1 CFX and 1 SD because it is kind of nice to just be able to plug it right into my computer, because really even SD card readers on laptops are getting less.
The thing is, it doesn't affect you because of your use case. You're not shooting you're not shooting
Yeah.
where you're filling up your buffer quickly, and that's where you get creamed.
It slows the whole camera down.
The buffer's gonna get slowed down based on the slowest card, and the SD's the slowest card.
Yeah, honestly, like in my use case, the Z8 is kind of the better choice for what I shoot most of the time. If it wasn't for the fact that I just like how the Z9 feels, the Z8 does not, if you got people that haven't held it, the Z8 doesn't feel like you could defend yourself with it and then take a picture of the person that you just beat with it. The Z9, you could absolutely fight off an attacker and then to like take pictures of the crime scene for the police, you know, like the Z8 doesn't feel like that. It does
Canon
feel
used
a
to be
little
pretty
bit
tough
daintier,
too, but they don't
not
seem as
like,
solid
like
anymore.
a toy. The Canon R5 feels like a toy.
I noticed that.
To me personally,
quite surprised.
It feels cheap.
Yeah,
I hate to say it. It feels cheap.
It's not what I remember Canons
yeah.
from being.
Roy, you got a question here. Dance to Jam. There, question that would fit you good is about the Nikon 200 f2. I don't know if you see it there.
I saw it. It's a good lens, but I think it's a bit overpriced for what it is. I'm hoping Nikon will bring out something similar on the Z eventually.
Mm-hmm. I always felt the same way about the 105-1.4. You can't deny that it looks amazing, but does it look amazing at the price that it was? And I never agreed with it. It looked really good. I mean, it was beautiful, had great color rendition, but it just wasn't that.
Well, I mean, obviously he would have picked this up used, so I'm sure for the price he paid for it, what it is capable of doing is exceptionally well, you know. So I mean, I'm sure
a lot of those old F lenses and all the older lenses have really good value now.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with picking up certain ones, you know, certain ones stand the test of time.
Yeah.
Hey, Gustavo, real quick. I just caught a quick glimpse of your dog.
Your dog.
What breed is your dog?
Yes.
Yeah, mine too.
It's the 4-legged kind.
I thought it was. I just saw the hind end, and I was like, that was
No,
either
it's
a
a
Roddy
dog.
or a Dobie.
It's a bit goofy. Sounded like a dog that would want to eat you.
Except when there is fireworks or a storm. Then he wants to be under my desk.
I'll tell you, the fireworks here, I mean, forget you're only supposed to shoot them on the 4th of July. I mean, we had it like 3-4 days prior, and every night the dog is shaking on my lap and cowering and scared to death, and it's like,
so he's a guard dog, is he?
What's that?
He's a guard dog, is he?
Not mine. My dog's 25 pounds. 25 pounds of hot dog shaped dog with 4-inch legs.
Some of those little dogs are more vicious than the big ones.
Oh, Lolly.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, they are. Lolly here, whenever they start doing the fireworks, every time, like, she totally ignores the ones that crackle, but the ones that go boom, she runs to the door, starts sniffing, and she barks at me because she wants to go out and defend the property from the boom. And so, like, I have to let her out, and she runs out with her, like, chest out, you know, and she, like, looks around real stoic and then realizes there's nothing out there and just kind of very proud kind of trots back up the stairs. But at the same time, she just accidentally bumped the leg of my desk, and then she crouched down, like scared, like a total pansy. So I don't understand.
So the comment here in the end is the 105D 1.4 renders more flat. Was just curious what your experiences were.
I think
flat as in
color contrast a little.
Like the profile, or
I think they lost.
What was that, Roy?
Color contrast a little. If you go to a Zeiss lens and that, they've got much
I found
better
them,
rendition.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would say the 105 1.4 did lack a little bit of that contrast, but as far as like the color rendition itself, I found it to be really, really robust whenever I played with it. But as far as it being like flat, I guess I don't know what you mean by flat. If you mean flat as in like it doesn't seem like it stands off of the media, I would kind of agree with that. It doesn't have that like reach out and grab you, which you see with like the Zeisses, you know. But as far as like the color rendition and the sharpness, I found it to be fantastic.
Hey guys, I'm just gonna cue us all that we're gonna end the stream at 2:00. I think that's reasonable. I was editing photos all day, so my butt has been in a chair for a long, long time. So we're gonna
Chuck.
we're gonna quit at 2:00. So if there's anything anybody wants to bring up in the next 10 minutes, now's the time to do it.
I do see Dance to Jam. I just saw your comment where you said the question is about dimensionality, and in that case, yes, it lacks a
You need to go to
some
Zeiss
dimension.
if you want that really 3D looking images.
Yeah, or honestly, like I mean the Z mount f1.2s definitely have that kind of reaching off the page. I mean, nobody does it like Zeiss. I mean, let's be real. Like nobody does it like Zeiss. Like you're talking like a 85-1.4 planar. You can have a relationship with the person that you took a picture of. Like, I mean, it's that far off the page.
Well, that's what made
know?
the contact cameras so popular, was the Zeiss lenses back in the day.
I eagerly await Zeiss to introduce some Z mount stuff. I don't know if they will because they have such a relationship with Sony now that I don't know if they have much interest. I mean, surely they would, but
very good too.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of everything that comes out of like Cassina, the Voigtlanders. A lot of the Zeiss lenses were coming out of Cassina in Japan, and just absolutely no compromise. Not saying that there aren't Zeiss lenses that are turds. Zeiss doesn't do particularly well at like really, really wide, really wide lenses, but yeah, Nikon's always done like the 20 millimeters are like always good.
I just want to. I know Fel. I think he's somewhere in here. He said he already ordered the Z8. I think somewhere in here. But gee, I wish I had said this before you bought it. Not that it's bad news, but if you're used to shooting with say a 24 megapixel camera, and now you're going to have a 0.7 megapixel camera. And one thing you got to consider too is, even though you have the use the high efficiency star is my recommendation, you're going to have an image that is not measurably less quality than the full up resolution. Save yourself a lot of card space, but the thing is, you're still going to have a lot more bigger file sizes than you had with your old camera. And hopefully you have a computer that can and with enough storage, because what I found going with a Z9 and everything else, and of course once I started getting into video, which I never did with my D850, it was
good reason for that. It stunk.
It was really, really stunk, so I didn't use it. Z9, use it a lot for video. So, boom, next thing you know, I'm buying a Mac Studio, baby, clunking down a lot of thing. Got 2 RAID systems hooked up to it, and Tim knows what I'm talking about. So it's like, we got to be careful what we wish for, because we think, I got the camera I want. And then it's like, oh crap, now I got to buy another hard drive. Now I got to buy this. So I wanted to warn you before you went and bought it, but you already bought it. So
here's what I'd recommend. So something I noticed when I got the Z9, even with my Mac Studio, it basically went from or not my Mac Studio, my old PC. I ended up with a Mac Studio because my old computer didn't even know what to do with the Z9 videos. Like I was basically, I went from being fine to being handicapped making YouTube videos and B-roll. What I'd recommend if you're not doing it, I have one really fast hard drive that I work from. right? And then I have another one that's like much bigger, and that's where I save things too, for like long term. And I basically keep. I don't really keep any images on my Mac Studio, but I use that really fast one to. And Thunderbolt 3s, by the way. I didn't think cables could matter so much, but they definitely do. And yeah, I work out of that really fast hard drive.
Work
And
on
then,
the SSDs and save it to a
cheap
magnetic
slot
hard
one.
drive. Magnetic hard drives are much cheaper, and although they're slow, but they're also more reliable. SSDs are great for working on.
You want to talk about big file sizes? The Z7 II was like 85K.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. Like everybody's
was
crowing
absolutely-
about the new Leica Q3, and it's like they have nothing to compress their files at all. Those files on that camera are going to
Yeah.
be gigantic. I mean, they're going to be 90, 100 megapixel file. 100, you know, I mean, 100.
You go medium
megapixel
format, you
file.
can triple that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have heard that the like the GFX 100, I've heard those are like over 200, like 200K. I'm like, oh my god, like
Hasselblad H ones are too.
yeah.
5 minutes.
I mean, absolutely And what's crazy is they've been around for a while. So it's like, I imagine like on older computers, I just fired up my old laptop that I use. It's basically 2 laptops old. And oh my gosh, like the launch speed of it is so insane. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, I can't believe I was actually able to edit photos on this thing back in the day.
yeah, it's just funny how you embrace new technology, but you end up falling into the rabbit hole, and then the next thing you know, you're replacing everything else, and your spouse is looking at you saying, "What do you mean you need a new computer? What do you mean you need a new monitor? What do you mean you need it?" Well, I bought this camera, and I gotta get the capability. And I'm surprised. I actually healed from my rope burns from my wife, and it choked me. But
oh man, yeah, they're all in cahoots with each other.
As they say, that statement, planned obsolescence, right? The infamous statement, planned obsolescence. That's it. You know.
Yeah, it's a good business model. And then you combine that with the fact that their new models of just about everything are like they basically halved their cycles on when they come out with new products. You know, so
reads new files.
They're getting they're getting the people that have to have the latest and greatest, and they're getting the people that generally hold out until something dies because it just doesn't work after a few years. Just look at cell phones; they don't even operate well after a year and a half. You know, it's like they're designed to suck after a year and a half.
Well, I think we're gonna wrap it up here, and I just want to personally thank everybody that appeared in the chat tonight, and everyone obviously that was willing to come on the panel. Those that are still with us right now, as well as those that departed us earlier in the evening, and I think we probably put a smile on Chuck's face, and that's what tonight was all about. And you know, if it made him feel better, which I'm sure it did, then we did our job, right? So I thank you all, everybody, so much, and we'll see what next week brings. And more than likely, I'll be back next week, and I will, put a notification on my channel. Probably by the middle of the week, and we'll see where we go from there. And we will just try to keep this thing moving along, I think, until our friend is able to come back and take over the reins, and then I can slide away into early retirement.
You're here.
Yeah, Jeff, I appreciate you doing this and taking everything on, and scraping it together within a week, and you had a lot of support from people getting people here, and that was great. And I can't believe your first live stream is 5 hours, but
Is it?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to be a wimp and just do 2 hours and leave. So what can I say? And, I gotta make Chuck a little bit proud of me that I didn't hang it up too early.
Mission accomplished.
You learn from the best, which is Chuck is the best.
If you were really Chuck's friend, you'd break his record. Who's in for another
He's already
8 hours?
taken over the time.
Not me.
Wait,
I'm volunteering
we all
you
have
guys.
to, we
I
all
ain't
have to
doing
be
that.
still here talking and eating breakfast.
I challenge everybody to do this until Chuck comes home.
I'm out.
But anyway, thank you to everybody. Thanks, folks on the chat. I'm sorry that we probably ignored a lot of you too much. I mean, we were trying to focus so much, obviously on sharing our feelings and thoughts for Chuck, and I tried to backtrack a little and pick up on some stuff, and next time I'll do a better job. But I think I'm pretty happy how things went, and
We're probably
thanks a
bored
lot.
Chuck to sleep.
And we will see you hopefully next Saturday, same time, same channel. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Later,
Good night,
everybody.
everyone.